Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see. It's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see. It's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it! Yeah!
By Pro Wrestling Clips. Flutzer civil. Conan broke the internet with his Vikingo contract news, though. Everyone's saying he's going to WWE.
Well, they can say whatever they want. That's not happening right now, that's for sure.
Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah!
Think he's ready? I think he'll crack this guy off. Okay, guys, keep it clean. It's gotta be a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. Nice. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. What a move. He's airborne. Humpty's famous 4-egg omelets. Choose from 7 feature combinations. They're excellent.
No, Humpty, maybe we should be a tag team.
You're out of here.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
And action.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Again, please.
Again?
Again.
Art Powell Ford?
Yeah.
Step into a Slim Jim. Turn to the spice. That baby juicy taste. Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim. Chip. Gotta have beef. Gotta have spice. Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Our athletes still care about their fans.
If I have to fold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you say snap? Snap into a Slim Jim! Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
And I'm sure a pro wrestler such as yourself will appreciate all the closet space, Hitman.
Ooh, this place has got old man stink.
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too haughty. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Face tat, ass fat, say hey. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no bitches, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, can't try us. You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Cool. Becca and SDL, bitch. Becca, SDL, that's connection. Me and Steph are the dream that's inception. Face fat, fast, ass, big money, say that. Two bad bitches, one hot track. It's two bad bitches, one hot track. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. Two bad bitches, one hot track.
Okay, bye.
What do we got? Super Day, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony Khan has Camille and Megan Baines sitting at home being paid since 2023 for nothing. Come on now. It's not going to be the pod calling some kettle black on that one. Truth is the truth. Vacker was more over than Monet. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading slow. Vacker was more over than Monet and is going to the big times. Absolutely. And I said that. I think I covered that show. In fact, I know we did. And I pointed out, I'm going to go back and listen to my own comments. But I did make a mental note. And I think I did point out that I thought she looked really good because I had never seen her before. And now
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, Wednesday night. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And we have a jammed-packed show for you guys tonight, and I cannot wait to get into it. We have some major PWT announcements to get to. We have lots to get to today. My word, tons of WWE, lots of AEW, lots of crossover stuff, lots of sickos, lots of wackos, and everything in between. We have Dave Meltzer versus Skynet. We have, bots versus WWE fans. We have wackos turning on. We have sickos even turning on Dave. We have some Trying Brian. We have some pressing news. We have some AAA stuff right after I said I'm not talking about this. And even though I was like, people are, I'm pretty much being fucking told this Alberto's gonna hold the belt till Triple Mania, but I really think he's dropping. Vikingo's picking it up on the 31st. So again, I was spot on about that. We're gonna talk about that, provide some insight on that possibly. We have absolutely so much to get to today, and it's all incredible, as you guys can see on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. If you're listening, what's on the screen is a tweet I put out, me watching the IWC argue about counter programming. And it's Finn Balor's face when Raquel and Liv, of course, went face-to-face on Raw, which we have to talk about because we didn't do the Monday watch-along. I was burnt from the weekend. I'm living for the weekend. Hey! So, guys, I am setting up as everybody files in here, let me, what else do we have in the descriptor, maybe, before I jump ahead and I start making announcements and all of that good shit. We have a lot of graps coming down the pipeline and around the corner. Phil sounds sick. Yes, so I've had this, I caught a head cold last week. And then this weekend, I was just like drinking lots of beers. I probably would have been over this head cold if I didn't just like drink beers literally Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'd probably be over it. So I am a little bit, and the weather's flip-flopping around. It is hot as balls after I was just telling you guys, man, it's been raining and there might be a tornado and it's been fucking, So when the weather flips around, my allergies and shit kick my ass, and I am a little throaty, pause, and I am a little nasally, also pause, depends what you're into. And we're gonna check in with chat as the night progresses, including X. There's 155 people watching. We're climbing and climbing. Do I wait till 200 of you are in here, or do I just get into stuff and start tackling off topics? We could possibly just dive right into things. You guys know I like to check in with chat. Speaking of chat, so we have a big weekend around the corner with Money in the Bank and AAA versus WWE card, and that will be all day. And I'm wondering if should I stream that whole day? Like all the lucha and all the Money in the Bank? I kind of want to, but I don't know. Chat will have to let me know this evening if they feel I should do that. Over on YouTube, if you're watching over on X, come on over to YouTube where there is polls in that. So I put a poll in the chat, and I want people to be honest. What Fed is better right now? Which promotion's better? This is the theme of the whole evening. The Wednesday Night Wars. At one point, the Wednesday Night Wars, the Wrestling Wars, they're heating up, right? What promotion is cooking better, in your opinion? Make sure you vote in the polls. That's important because I want to know. We're collecting this data and submitting it to fucking NASA, right? To Elon and them. Okay. You guys are saying yes. Pete rocks. Yeah, so I don't know. I see people like arguing in the chat too. This Pete rocks guy, he's always talking shit. Someone get his ass a membership. So guys, memberships are 99 cents. You can super chat in. If you guys want me to stream for the Lucha show, yeah, well, I don't know. Pete, obviously you haven't heard Speak on Lucha before, so your point is invalid. People are saying, oh, I have a chat here. So yeah, already, see, this is the divisiveness. Like, people are already arguing in chat and stuff. I love it. I absolutely love it. But yeah, man, we have the wrestling wars are heating up, and that is the theme. That is the through line. Also, we have Dynamite is on, and the fallout from Double or Nothing. We have a lot of sickos saying, you know, that was the greatest AEW pay-per-view. I think it's like their highest rated one of all time. As an avid fan, bro, I don't even think it's in the top 5. I got to be perfectly honest. I think the first year alone, I could pull 5 that were maybe better than that Double or Nothing. I'm just being perfectly honest. I don't know why Anarchy in the Arena makes people freak out like they're seeing something. Like, is it not just repetitive? You guys was, oh, they have spiked shoes and shit. Like, we've fucking seen all this. Like, you guys really, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, micro wrestling, that's fucking hilarious. We have a motherfucker talking about how you never cared about Lucha. So Pete, the problem is that, bro, you're talking just out of ignorance. Like, if you go back on this show, especially, Pete, there's a reason I knew about AAA being sold before any dirt sheet did, right? There's a reason I said, hey, even though I'm literally being told by people, no, Alberto's contracted and holding till Triple Mania, I said, I bet the 31st he's dropping. And Vikingo fucking, boom, they stooged it. We're going to get into that. I love Lucha, bro. So that's not true. I've always said Tony Khan doesn't book women in luchas correctly. So we have some super chats. Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 for 2 says, I'm at AEW Dynamite right now. Oh shit, boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground, dude. Right on, man. That's amazing. Maybe send us pictures or something throughout the show, and we can we'll throw them on screen if you're listening. If not, just thank you for even popping into PWT tonight. We'll be throwing that on the TV as well here in just a bit. For Lincoln Hawk for 2 says TNA is winning. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're really the benefactors of this whole, if there is a war thus far, they're the ones really benefiting more than anybody, if you really think about it, Lincoln. So, but yeah, Pete rocks. Hang out and chill with us, though. Don't run away, you know, just because you might be triggered. You know what I mean? And someone gift this guy a fucking membership or something. 626, my guy says Red Bar live now. You're being counter programmed. Ah, no, the Queen versus the Queen. The bomb versus the bomb. How dare he? No. That's amazing. I was fucking looking last night for a new Epi 626. So I have my next 12 hours of entertainment lined up. Once I'm done this, you know, and then by tomorrow I should have a whole new Red Bar to watch. So, and of course, Red Bar's always watching. Thank you, 626. Son of a bitch, counter programming me with Big Mike. Facts. Okay, so round of applause, the PWT universe.
Allegedly.
Oops, that was an round of applause. Speaking of allegedly, so I have a day set aside where the Hughesmeister's coming on the show for you guys. I know
allegedly.
And yeah, we've been trying to make it work, and I think we have a day pretty much locked in for you guys. So either I'm popping on a random run-in with Husey, or we're going to record it and then put it out after for you guys. So that's announcement number 1. Second announcement is we have a new schedule here at PWT. So what other memes do I got hiding in here? Let's switch up the scenery a bit here. The Sicko Club. Here we go. So here's creepy, sexy Austin. So guys, how things are going to go down starting June here at PWT. The Wednesday live shows are going to stay the exact same. The Saturday live shows are going to stay the exact same, right? Those are the bread and butter. Those are the 2 OG days where, I started streaming. But however, I want to make sure that I'm like getting a new PWT podcast every week. I've been doing them like every 2 weeks, or like some months I'll crank out like 5 of them and shit. I just want to keep a routine. I want to make sure there's one a week. And I do a shitload of fucking content all the time streaming on YouTube. So this schedule I have laid out is going to work way better for everything I got going on. So Monday is members and Patreon day. So the Monday night Netflix and Phil streams will be members only every week without fail, and on Patreon as well. So it'll be on Patreon or members only on YouTube, the Monday streams every week. You guys might be mad at that. I'm sorry. I got to do it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do this actually. So you guys will support me. And so the Netflix and Phil shows, we're going to be watching Raw still. But those will be member shows. And also there will be a new Patreon video every Monday, like exclusive to Patreon as well. Okay. Shit that can't be on YouTube. And I'm going to make sure that patrons and members get early access to shit. Trust me, this is more like if you're a member or you're a patron, you're going to be like, this is way better. I'm appreciative that he's like fucking giving us some extra content. You guys will see starting in June, like every Monday, there will be also a exclusive Patreon video and the members only stream, which will be on members Mondays. Okay. Tuesday is Twitch Tuesday, guys. So Pro Wrestle Games, I'll be streaming on Twitch and on a channel called Pro Wrestle Games simultaneously. Pardon me, I'm reading this all, so I'm dyslexic as fuck. I can't make my own announcement properly. So it will be Tuesday Twitch Pro Wrestle Games. So like every Tuesday, no matter what, I will be on Twitch for like an hour, maybe a few hours. It all depends, okay? And that'll just be at whatever time. Like it might be random, but I'm for surely every Tuesday, I'll be on fucking Twitch. Now, the reason I'm doing this, why? Because motherfucker, I set up the Twitch thing, I hyped it all up, and I think I streamed like once or twice. So it's like, no, I have to put it in a routine. Wednesday live shows are the same. Okay. Thursday, you guys can expect content from my Phil Marks Out channel. And then Saturday live shows the same. And then this way, I have other days in there and times and hours laid out where I can get more guests like based on their time, So if they're a little sporadic, that works for me. And then I'm going to start cranking out more PWT podcasts because I have a blast doing those, right? And I link up with really cool creators that, some people might not even know about, or who are on the come up, or who are more established than me. And this way, yeah, it's just going to work better. So the biggest change is Netflix and Phil Mondays, those Raw watch longs. That shit is member show, or you'll get a member show on Monday that's like maybe earlier during the day. It just all depends what I got going on, but it'll more than likely always be like the Raw watch along for the most part, right? And patrons as well. I got that figured out because Patreon's not as easy as just like, oh, stream to Patreon. You got to do silly shit. So I just configured it all, figured it out. It works. And so, yeah, that is the new goddamn schedule. So, yeah. And expect to see a GM mode pop up as well. So it'll just be more stuff, but a variety of stuff. And it'll be better. And there's more incentive to become a member or patron. You know what I'm saying? Plus, fat with a PH. So we got to spread things out here, right? Okay. I hope that made sense. I hope that I'll tweet that out and I'll make a post about that. Mike Sausalis for 5 says, what you going to do when the Philuminati marks out on you, brother? Well, I'll tell you guys, because we are about to get into the goddamn thing. And there's just over 200 watching across X. We're climbing, and YouTube we're climbing. So let's just get into the show. Twitch hot tub stream. Yeah, with Amaranth and my wife. Fucking dream come true, huh? Hey, honey, we get Amaranth on the phone. Oh, fuck. Maybe Mia Khalifa's not busy, honey. You got... Oh, shit. Okay, so... Oh, yes, and I have... Oh, and the announcement was going to be shirts. Oh, yeah. And we're working on that, too. Don't worry. That's coming, definitely. I'm just very particular about that. Like, I'm very picky about it. You guys are going to get good shit. But that is definitely, like... I have my wife, like, assisting me on that right now, so... just for time-wise, it's easier that way. And I'm a complete noob with that sort of shit. But yes, those are coming too. And we're going to do we're going to crowdfund that. So you guys just get what you fucking order, you know, and then I'm not sitting on boxes of shit. So, but this announcement just has to be in June. I decided, next few days, I'll just put this routine I have written out. And yeah, let me know. Be vocal if you guys want me to stream that Lucha or that Money in the Bank, or else, yeah, I'm just going to do Money in the Bank. But I'll be watching the Lucha show. So I'll be watching you every step you take. Okay, we need to get into light news, guys. We have a shit load to get to tonight, man. Like, we got tons of fun here, okay? Fat with a PH, fun with a PH tonight. And we are going to get into it all. So everybody, polish your flutes. We might do Dave. Yeah, I might do Dave a little earlier. Only flutes. I like that. What are the membership prices? They're like 99 cents. And on Patreon, it might be like $5, but you're going to get... There's already a bunch of exclusive shit on there, but you're going to get more is the thing. Like, every Monday, I'm doing a stream, but I'm also dropping an exclusive Patreon video, whatever it is. So... it's without miss every week. You'll get a exclusive video on there too. So, yeah, I just wanted to announce that all to you all. Anyways, you guys don't give a shit. Let's go. Phildo's in the chat. It is time for, where are we here? It is time for some miscellaneous news. So where's Bad News Barrett at?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay. Yeah, guys, I got a fucking... I'm all phlegmy. I didn't just leave a Diddy party, I promise. Okay, so... and there is a war going on. There definitely is. It's just a matter of what side does everybody claim and who comes out on top. But we're propagating this war here at PWT. The P is for propaganda. Okay, so Eric Bischoff says Hulk Hogan can feel his hands for the first time in a long time after having neck surgery. So Bischoff said, coming out of the surgery for the first time in a long time, Hogan could actually feel his hands. And I can feel my 10-inch dick too, brother. Well, actually, that's Terry Bollea's, dude. He added that Hogan's first words upon waking up were, I can feel my hands. I can't feel my hands when I'm with you, brother, but I love it. Bischoff also commented on Hogan's enduring mainstream popularity despite some online criticism, which he described as low-hanging fruit. I suppose it's low-hanging to a degree. Right? Just to call him racialist. I guess that post has been deleted. So Scott D'Amore comments on trying to sign CM Punk to TNA after his AEW departure. Scott D'Amore, of course, running Maple Leaf Pro right now. He put in an offer to buy TNA, and he was trying to sign the big guns. Well, the rumors we heard were fucking true because CM Punk, he was going after him. 1 second cough button. I'm legit dying over here. Sorry, guys. Jesus. Okay. So, it wasn't a well-kept secret that I tried to sign Phil to TNA. Oh, who, me? after things with AEW fell apart. I knew it was a long shot. I knew I was asking him to work in smaller arenas than he had in a long time. He listened. He was interested. He never big-time TNA once, and he conducted himself in a way we'd all wish a professional would. Ultimately, he went back to WWE, which, of course, is where he belongs. Cancerous Phil, you know, being a gentleman and not big-timing TNA. So in Guy Evans's new book, Beyond Nitro, former Spike TV executive Kevin Kay revealed that Paul Heyman was around a lot in TNA back in 2011. Kevin Kay says, I remember the moment when Paul Heyman was around. He was around a lot. He was kind of giving advice from the sideline for a while. And yeah, he didn't get involved with TNA. Good for Heyman. But he would have really helped turn them around. But as history would have it, things worked out for the best. But Heyman infamously told them, like, okay, give me the entire company. Give me control. And they were like, hell nah. Right? But he knew if he had control, he could do it his way. So this is via Orange Crush Art. I am proud to announce that the Perez Art Museum Miami has acquired a work by professional wrestler and artist Lee Moriarty for its permanent collection. Moriarty, so if you guys are unfamiliar, Lee Moriarty's in Ring of Honor. He's like the pure champ or one of these championships, right? He's the Tiger style guy. Moriarty is the first active professional wrestler to have their artwork acquired by a major museum. So there you go, man. Check out his sick painting. He fucking did that. Tiger style. Right? So shout out Lee Moriarty. So Deonna Purrazzo returns to GCW. And we have in AEW news, an update from her as well, because she, I don't know, man, trouble in paradise, grass isn't greener. The old tropes, the old sayings as they go, but she had something to say about being sidelined, and so have a few wrestlers over there in AEW land. But she's returning to GCW because why not? Bring her into AEW. A bunch of people are excited to see her. Then you just team her up with fucking Taya, and then they're just disappeared. It's fucking terrible. It's terrible booking. This women's division in AEW could be like 90% of their show if they were smart and they could actually be competing with NXT. But yeah. Instead, she's just stuck in GCW land, I guess. Here's Zilla Fatu linking up with our boy OT, Mexican OT. Here we go. What does it say here? Never interrupt a Samoan and Mexican OT conversation. Right? And Zilla Fatu is just like super over. Look at his sponsors and shit. He's sponsored by Minute Maid. He does shit with like Houston, the NFL team, the Houston Astros. He does like, he's a non-WWE wrestler, and they're like, Zilla Fatu's here at the game. He has an endorsement deal and shit like that. This is why this guy hasn't come to WWE yet. He doesn't need to. And people are like, what's the hype behind him? I'm telling you, man, he's really fucking good. And if you go back maybe 6 months to a year ago on this show, I'm talking about he's really fucking green, but he's improving every time. Maybe longer than 6 months. And so over this last year, he's really fucking improved, and his body, like, he's just shaping up, dude. And at some point, I believe we will see him in WWE. I think that is his aspiration. But for now, he's linking up with like famous rappers and shit. And yeah, he's known and he's beloved. So shout out Zilla.
Anyways, yeah, but I appreciate you lining me up with us. Man, you get in there though, bro. I'm excited. But look, I'm trying to do.
For real.
Oh my gosh, is it Zilla Fatu and Mexican OT, bro? I am huge.
And yes, chat, I know the Astros are a baseball team, but both Houston teams, right? The Texans as well.
Man, bro, Zilla, I need some merch. Mexican OT, bro, you gotta put me on the song, man. Actually, Two Eases here, bro. Bro, what is up, man? Come on, I need to be in this, bro.
Hold on, man. Hey, OT, you know him? You don't know him?
I'm from Dallas, bro.
down, Moose. Grab his ass. Yeah, come on. Get on. Oh!
Oh, is Minute Maid for the stadium? Okay, then he doesn't have a deal with Minute Maid, but listen to me. He has deals with, like, just look him up. He tweets about it, okay? He has fucking sponsorships. He's balling. Like, he's making more money probably than if he went to WWE. He wouldn't be able to probably accept all of these things he's doing. Like, they would send him to fucking Houston games, but it would be like under their guys. He's doing it without anyone's help, just like his family name and what he's doing in pro wrestling. So okay, maybe he's not sponsored by Minute Maid. I promise he has sponsors though, you know, like other ones that are big. Look at him, he's blinged out and shit. And this dude he just chokeslammed him with, this dude's a super famous rapper, man. I think he was just on Joe Rogan not long ago, and say what you will about Joe Rogan, but still the biggest fucking show, you know?
Yeah, man, get him out of here. That's what you get, boy. Yeah, get him out of here, man.
So I don't know. That's why I brought this clip to the show. Zilla's just over like Rover. So we have Brock Lesnar. Why is it saying, dude, it's the Phantom Graveyard Opera. There we go. I was going to say, man, shit ain't removing again. We're having problems. A recent photo of Brock Lesnar with the long hair. And it's wild because until somebody's like, Brock Lesnar with Sable, I was like, oh, yeah, I swear to God, it didn't even dawn on me that was Sable. More just because the brown hair. And, yeah, the brown hair. But, yeah, shout out Brocker, you know. Shout out Brock. He's doing the damn thing. I hope he's all good. We're going to talk about the Janelle Grant case a little bit. You got people flipping sides. I got evidence against feds. Nikki Bella's mom, take me back. But yeah, he has really long hair and people were tripping. I like this look. This is the natural evolution. I think AI came up with that look first. You know, and I think Joan Rivers came up with Sable's look first. Ew. Don't fucking kill me and eat me, Brock, please. Jesus Christ. So here are the ladies from Stardom busting raps Tom Green style. What you want to do, what you really want to say. Come to kick a rap in an old school way. Here is the ladies of Stardom just spitting bars. More like Bardom. Am I right? Okay. Is Brock going to Marvel? Who would he play? Beta Ray Bill, and then you just completely CGI his face and let someone else talk for him. That'd be the only way. He'd just be the body for Beta Ray Bill. That'd be it. Mr. Kennedy says he would definitely go back to WWE now, admits his past mistakes, of fucking course. So the lady in the summer of who invented the NWO logo, in the summer of 1996, a young Disney artist was given 1 hour to design a logo. She wasn't a wrestling fan and didn't even know what the NWO stood for, but what she created became the most iconic. That's why it worked, because it's not like wrestling gear. It's not like Moxley, barbed wire, I'm hardcore, man. She didn't even know what NWO stood for. Well, I don't believe that, because the New World Order underneath. Did she come up with that or no? She was never credited, never paid. This is the story WCW never told until now, but she says she got zero compensation. I think I have a t-shirt in the back of my closet. And that's shitty, definitely. But she should have worked out some deal. Like, that's a whole chain of, especially like if you're told by Disney, do this. Or no, because it wouldn't have been Disney. She was a Disney artist. So would this have been a freelance job or what? Because, yeah, that should have been contracted. Like, okay, but I get $1 for every single thing sold with this logo on it forever in perpetuity. Shark Tank. Dun 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 dun. Right? So moving along here. Yes, Brock with Sable and the look she's giving him there in that photo. So Puerto Rican weekend, Mike Santana, who recently appeared on NXT. We'll talk about that in a bit. He is taking on for the HOG World Championship so this is Mike Santana's Puerto Rican show that he does. He puts these shows on, I guess, now. And it'll be on Triller. And he's taking on Ishii for the title. So, I mean, Ishii hits the ring. I'm like, whatever. You know, his legacy is kind of tainted. He's like the Jericho of New Japan at this point. I'm fucking him or Suzuki. I think maybe Suzuki more fits that description. But either way, but Santana's going to put on a good match, and he is a name that, you know, people will come out and see, and we are seeing Santana. He's super over to the TNA audiences, like wherever they travel to, Michigan, Toronto, you know, wherever. They have Santana fans, like everywhere. He's a true TNA guy through and through, and yeah, he's getting a shot at that title against Trick. He might be the savior for TNA, and good to see that crossover. And especially with the AAA stuff and WWE going back to Puerto Rico, which is going to happen. Okay. That is coming. All right. So moving along here. Shout out Santana. Kurt Angle responded. So we covered this before, right? The Sandman. I K'd whoever. You got it wrong. I cane you to. I make the rules. So he had this to say on Legion of Skanks, like, Kurt Angle, you're a pussy for walking out of the ECW arena after the promotion did the crucifixion angle. Infamously, right? And the history that's told is Kurt Angle was there to sign a deal, and Sandman got crucified by Raven, and Raven had to come out and be like, I apologize for any religious iconography that I, you know, whatever. And Kurt Angle was appalled, walked out, and ended up in WWE, which thank God, because could you have imagined him in ECW, bro? That would have been terrible. Anyways, Kurt Angle is responding to Sandman, and he's like, if Sandman has a problem with me, then do something about it, you pussy. Damn. Now, Angle's arms don't work, but he probably still whip someone's ass. And, yeah, I think Josh Barnett should set this up. Just kidding. I think Conrad Thompson should do this one. Sandman and Kurt Angle's final match. I'm here for it, Eric. We'll do it at StarCast 2025. And you can get tickets over here at philandconrad.com. I'm here for it. Are you here for it? Chat me up, Sandman, about Kurt Angle being a pussy. Well, you know, I crucified myself, and he's like, I can't handle it. And I'm smoking a like, what? I call the shots here. Oh boy. Here we go. Linda McMahon gets mocked for being in pro wrestling. And I don't know what's more retarded. People pretending this shit, for suspending our disbelief watching this shit. Or these pompous idiots who are like, oh, so what is this like? Is this like some sort of real business or something? Yeah, it's been around for like 100 fucking years, $1 billion. Oh, this is like a real business? This isn't some circus sideshow freak phenomena? Like, yeah, bro, it's 2025. Jesus fucking Christ. What, do gay people scare you too? Like, what do you... People have different water fountains in your world too, buddy, or what? Like, are you stuck in the past, man? You want some Meltzer time? Time Cop! You're in the past, but it's like now. So it's kind of like Time Cop. So here's Linda McMahon getting mocked for being in pro wrestling, even though I don't think she's been in it in like 20 years or something. How many years has it been since you've heard the fucking
we have a different perspective on that, but maybe the world of all-star wrestling is different than my world of business to business.
Maybe the world of all-star wrestling. Yeah, that wrestling, that all-star, the matches Papa would take us to. Down that road, down there. Like, what the fuck, man? The all-star superstars of the rockin' wrestling. And I know you're involved in that world. She's like, that was 40 fucking years ago. This guy's been cryogenically frozen. The fuck?
We have a different perspective on that, but maybe the world of all-star wrestling is different than my world of business to business. You talked about
for Mr. Pocan's education, is professional wrestling a business?
What the fuck? Like, here's the thing. They're trying to like put her through a humiliation. They're trying to just humiliate her to undermine anything she's probably talking about. Because I bet, well, I don't even know. She testifies before the House Appropriations Committee. I have no fucking idea what this was for. The Education Secretary, I have no clue what this was for. But they're doing this to undermine her. Oh, you're in that all-star wrestling business? Is that even a real business? These people are looking at them like, bitch, you ever heard of The Rock? This dude sitting behind him's looking at him like, bro, Peacemaker season 2's coming out, bro. You fucking John Cena? You know what I mean? So these dudes are being phony. They know what wrestling is. They know what Hulk Hogan is, right? They're just fucking being clowns.
Sir, it very definitely is a business.
So you ran a business. Okay, just so that you're aware of that.
We have a different
So you ran a business. Okay, just so you're aware of that. With his smarmy cunt laugh. Oh, sorry, YouTube. We're going hard today. His smarmy. Like the way she looked at him just fucking is everyone's energy. When you have idiots like, oh, you know wrestling's fake, right? Yeah, you know Tom Cruise is 5'2" and can't really fight, right? Can't really fight 12 guys and shoot guns out of a plane, you know? Jesus. Okay, so a state of, if you guys have been watching Dark Side of the Ring, they had a Billy Jack Haynes episode recently, and he's just a crazy dude making up crazy shit, clearly. He's off his rocker, right? But Billy Jack Haynes, the estate of Jeanette Becraft, files lawsuit against Billy Jack Haynes alleging years of elder abuse, man. So Haynes committed mental, physical, and financial abuse against Becraft. Court documents cited in the report claims Haynes coerced Becraft to abandon her medical providers, isolated her from family, forced her to liquidate hundreds of thousands of dollars in retirement savings for his control, and compelled her to buy a gun for him due to his criminal record, preventing such a purchase. This lawsuit further alleges Haynes introduced Becraft to drugs, including heroin and methamphetamine, leading to a decline in her health. That's tremendously fucking sad. And yeah, he's crazy. He's a crazy dude, and maybe he should just be locked away, right? So here's this lady who makes the greatest wrestling entrance in the history of wrestling entrances, okay? There can only be one royal family. There can only be one true great entrance. And this lady in the red tights here on the apron, watch her closely. She's about to shock the world, break the internet, and possibly her neck with this entrance. Look at that. Look how her feet saved her. Her feet saved her like fucking an inch from literally possible being paralyzed or death. And then like 4 people had to help her sit up. And you can hear people in the crowd going, "Oh my God." So she hits the entrance, but this time stands on the bottom rope, and then she front flips in and then like lands on her fucking head. Like, just don't do this shit, man. Imagine you're doing all this. Like, I would not want to wrestle you. You're going to fucking drop me on my head when you go to body slam me. Do you even know how to fucking body slam somebody? She just guillotined herself on the rope. Yeah, just sit it out. I meant to do that. I meant to do that. I meant to do that. Pretty fucking humiliating, huh? Shout her out. I hope she bounces back. Hopefully not a bounce back like she bounced back off that rope and on her ass. I'm going to hell. Hornswoggle on The Rock thinking he was a Make-A-Wish. Speaking of going to hell, The Rock thought Hornswoggle was a Make-A-Wish kid when they met. And Hornswoggle was, of course, on Giga Chad Van Vliet show. And let's take a listen.
So I am in a suit, for like a legit suit, not my leprechaun outfit, with my gear bag. And I'm going to meet him at the behind the curtain as he comes through. In my mind, best friends. I see my buddy Dwayne come back through. I go, oh, here we go. Bang. Hey, man, thank you so much for coming back. Thanks for, what you're going to do for WrestleMania and what you're going to do for the company. And just glad to have you back. Good to meet you. My name's Dylan. He extends his arm out. Goes, did you have a good time tonight, buddy? Taps me on the shoulder. Leaves. And I go, oh, no. Oh, no. He doesn't realize I work here. I was on the show before that. I told Kofi, thinking he would have my back and support me. He supported me by texting 97 people.
That's what you do. Yo, The Rock thought Swoggle was a fucking Make-A-Wish kid. That's pretty funny, man. Yo, Vince, you're getting into the miniature wrestler, the micro brawlers.
Immediately, while driving, because he couldn't wait on it. Within 30 seconds, I had so many people message me. Rock thought you were a Make-A-Wish kid, huh? Big Show called him out the next week about this because it got to Big Show, and Rock goes, no. Yeah, I did.
I was just acting. I'm a great actor.
Yeah, I did. I don't watch a show. Like, it's like, yeah, that's then I approached him about it too, and yeah, Big Show already got on me about this.
So you guys are good now.
I hope so.
He's your boss.
My boss. I could be the next Kevin Hart, just a tiny little actor. So
I could be the next Kevin Hart, a tiny little actor. Yo, there you go. That's a good little roast. So here is that time Vince McMahon was asked if he would ever buy TNA. Okay. Now, this is always Vince's approach to the competition.
You're going to buy that three-letter company that's based in Nashville, Tennessee, because they got the wrong people in charge of that company.
Holy shit. Dave was young back then.
And please save the business from Dixie Carter. Stephanie's got more brains than Dixie Carter has, okay, when it comes to the business, okay? You're walking. I think if you buy it now, there's a shot at fixing that company up, because I know you will put the right people in charge of that company.
I don't know they're for sale.
They're not for sale now, but I'm sure if you offer them something, I don't know, it's a 50-50 shot. I mean, they know you're loaded with money.
This guy's a way better journalist than any of the people at the AEW pressers, where they're all like at the last AEW presser, someone literally joked to Tony, like, hey, I have a really serious question to ask you. And then he asked them like the most unserious question. And then they giggle about it. Why is that? Why is the joke? Hey, I have something really serious to ask you. Just kidding. This thing, because like you're not allowed to be in there if you're going to ask anything serious. But you can ask counter programming because Tony's prepared an answer for that. You guys can tell he's much more focused. Those press scrums fucking suck now, right? It's the same. Tony Storm's going to come out. You're going to have one of the wrestlers cry. Either Bruv or Hangman's going to come out and cry, or someone's going to come out and cry. And then you're going to have fucking Tony Storm say some shit. And then you're going to have Tony Khan like actually answer questions now, right? But they're vetted beforehand, right? Any of these fucking race baiting, virtue signaling. Hey, Tony, I'm going to ask you something serious. Just kidding. I work for you. You know, this guy right here, greater than all of them. This Giga Chad right here, this Uber Chad.
Well, maybe.
You're gonna.
Fuck yeah. So the Invisible Man made his debut in 1937. Jack Erickson from Baltimore. He would wrestle himself, guys. So kayfabe been dead. It's over. Kayfabe just died this morning. She's dead. She's dead. You know? Here is this dude wrestling himself in the 30s.
Gentlemen, take a whiff of your smelling salts. You ain't seen nothing yet. Now meet Jack Erickson of the Baltimore YMCA, the one-man wrestling show. Jack is his own worst enemy. Can you imagine a guy hating himself that much? Must be what psychologists call fighting with your inner self. If you ask me, it's just plain crazy. Break it up, referee. Well, keep right after him, Jack. Keep right after who? Now he's got me seeing things. Shame on you. Let go, you fool. Can't you see it hurts? Out of bounds. Throw that bum back. Now the champ spills his opponent with another headlock. He's tired of being with himself. See? He wants to be with the crowd. Ah, but the crowd don't want to be with him.
Kind of like Daniel Garcia.
He's becoming frantic. He's losing his head. So he holds on to it. An arm lock. If he breaks it, they'll carry his opponent to the hospital. Who said I need hair on my...
Still better than fucking... than Moxley versus any slew of people. No.
My chest. Don't look now. He's going to poke his eyes out. Jack's a little nervous, and he's trying to get a good grip on himself. Hold it.
And I mean, people can go, look, bruv, see, they did this then, but let's be honest. There's like 7 naked guys in a room watching this. Where was this filmed? Epstein's Island? Oh. Sorry. Hellcast going to hell.
Well, somebody was down. It's all over. No, Jack's protesting. He didn't lose. The other guy lost. What other guy? Please, back up the wagon. I can't stand any more of this. Take me to a padded cell.
I hate how they all just stood around and waited to catch each other on that dive at the end.
Take a
Josh Barnett says that top stars are practically begging him to join Bloodsport. And the question was posed, are you surprised? No, I'm not. So Janelle Grant has dropped John Laurinaitis as a defendant in her civil case. Plaintiff Janelle Grant hereby stipulates with defendant John Laurinaitis that the above entitled action is voluntarily dismissed with prejudice against defendant John Laurinaitis. And apparently he's coming and bringing evidence, presenting evidence, and there was some sort of a plea deal, or not a plea deal, what is the word? Some sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? See, this is where I need someone like Dose to get in here with the fucking legal jargon. but he's going to present like evidence against Vince McMahon as part of like a settlement, I think is the word, right? So that's going to get crazy. We're about to see some crazy shit pop off when that goes down, I assure you. Moving along here, New Japan Wrestling English commentator Walker Stewart accepts position at Stardom as the new director of global PR and communications. Congratulations, Walker Stewart. Congratulations indeed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. Round of applause for miscellaneous news. And I'm going to check in with chat, and we're also going to move on and do some TNA news right after. We're still in the light news intro section of the show. Okay. Let me check in with chat. First and foremost here. Lincoln Hawk for 5 says, I've got a dodgeball game tonight, so cutting out early. See you on the game stream soon. And I've got some ideas for the Marks Out channel. Much love, fam. Yeah, dude, hit me up. DM me. Yeah. And at the top of the show, there's like 300 people watching now, but at the fucking time when I announced all this stuff. Yeah. So like every Thursday, there will be like a stream or a fucking video or a review, or I'm just going to spend it working on something Phil Marks Out related. So yeah, you guys will see come in June. It just popped in mine. Sickos. Oh man, where's Janelle Grant getting the money to sue Vince? They just have like really good evidence against him. You know what I mean? Does anyone care anymore? Johnny State's evidence. Is he related to Jim Barnett? Oh my God, Dynamite was actually on the home screen on Max tonight. The Epstein Championship. Okay, let's move along here. Hangman opening from El Paso. Okay, it is time for some Canadian buddy, some TNA news. So Joe Hendry, Ace Austin, and CM Punk were together. Or is that his name, Ace Austin? Why did I just say Ace Austin? Jesus Christ. Ace Steel is who I meant to say. My bad. Ace Austin just left TNA. But yes, Joe Hendry is learning from the best here, which is good to see. Speaking of Ace Austin, this is why I said his name by accident. Ace Austin has departed TNA. As his contract expired, Scott D'Amore wrote in his latest column, nothing has been said publicly, but Ace Austin's contract with TNA has come to term. And yeah, he clearly is written off the show. Ace deciding to leave is amicable. He's been there since he was barely out of his teens, and he's ready to step up. I signed him, and everything he's shown since confirmed that Ace Austin becoming a massive star is indeed inevitable. He's ready for that next chapter. I think it is time Ace Austin goes all in on proving he's one of the best. He is really good. He needs to get to NXT. So Neckbeard's post, it's a good thing AEW doesn't have this problem. It's the problem they don't have. So fans turned away at the door for TNA Under Siege in Brampton. They were being turned away because this shit was so sold out, packed to the fucking rafters. You know, so good for TNA. TNA president Carlos Silva, who was at NXT and watched Trick Williams steal his world title, he starts a new backstage tradition, the TNA All-Star, recognizing talent from each event who exemplifies TNA's commitment to the fans and to wrestling. Here's the first winner. And let's see if you guys can guess who it was.
I'm a big sports guy. I've been in sports my whole career. And the thing I love about sports is after every game, there's a game ball that goes out to everyone. So we're going to start a new tradition at every loop that someone's going to be the TNA All-Star and get the game ball for each of the loops. And I'm super happy to tell everybody that the first TNA All-Star from the Under Siege loop is going to be Casey Navarro.
Congratulations. I didn't expect that, so that was pretty cool. I love being here. We're a great team, man. And anytime we all get opportunities, we all take it and knock it out of the park. Hopefully, I guess I somewhat did that.
Yeah, Casey's awesome, dude. He's the future. Okay, so what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, so this happened at Under Siege. This was really bad. They did like an AEW piggyback chicken fight spot, and then you had sickos like, oh, they want to be AEW so bad. It's like, bro.
A struggle in the middle of the ring. And wait a second. What the hell is happening? They're fighting on top of their teammates. Look at this. Hartwell and Steele's pummeling
Like, what the fuck? What in the Rampage?
each other with altitude and Under Siege. Oh my. What's on the mind of Indy Hartwell? Oh my God. Oh, what a cutter into the pile.
So yeah, that was silly as fuck. Moving along here, bodyslam.net. TNA reportedly banning slapping and throat slashes. So if you do a throat slash or you do a slap, you get a fine. And this is for concussion protocol and doing slashes, as TNA is likely going to get a fucking TV deal where they don't want to, it'll be skewed towards the younger audience like NXT, which we're going to hear Dave fucking melt down over. Hangman's cooking it up on the mic. But yeah, you have to get it cleared before you do shit like that. So less blood. So TNA becoming more corporatized and watered down. You guys asked for it. So there it is. How has WWE helped TNA? This is how. Look at this fucking building for TNA, dude. Those fucking houses, man. Looking good. So speaking of Canada, Kelly versus Allie, the bunny, at TNA Border Brawl. So Border Brawl went down at Niagara Falls. I didn't watch, but I'm sure Canada won. And if we didn't, then Scott showed up. We'll send Scott and wish cancer. No. But yeah, so Kelly was there, and here's Allie, the bunny. And good to see her back in wrestling and not involved in AEW.
Let's go, USA. Okay. Congratulations, Barbie. 1 point, 1 win, but there's a long road ahead.
Hey, and do me a favor. Try not to fall out of your shoes again.
A lot of jokes, old man.
Hold on. Just remember one thing. It's never over till the fat lady sings. You just remember that.
Look, guys, like I said, Team USA is up 1-0, and that will happen all night long. We will be leading and get the full sweep by the end of the night. Team USA, baby. Let's go.
Loser gets 60% tariffs. So here we go. Matt Hardy. During a 2023 interview to the Daily Mail, Matt Hardy talked about leaving WWE for AEW in 2020. And so he said, yeah, well, I think Vince already made up his mind. He wanted me to make a transition into being a producer. So I knew as long as he was in charge, he's ultimately going to get you there because that's just how he is. They threw some big offers on the table saying myself and Jeff, we can do something with Bray. They were trying to appease me. He says something about NXT. Triple H gave me a very generous offer to wrestle in NXT and do some of my broken mat stuff. Maybe give me a little bit of a stable and then still be able to supplement that by being a backstage producer with WWE. And Matt Hardy walked away from that, went to AEW, and then realized now what is he doing? He's fucking working with TNA, working with NXT and wrestling on NXT. So it ultimately came full circle. I just wanted to bring that up again. Like, look, dude. And I'm not shitting on him at all, but it's exactly that. Like, you know, you think you're like, oh shit, I'm going to go there. The grass is greener. And then meanwhile, they just sort of there a little bit. And you get dropped on your head off a fucking crane and Sammy Guevara botches on you like 7 times and your head gets split open and all this sort of shit. And ultimately you're just in TNA and working NXT matches and will end up being a fucking producer or whatever anyways. So it's kind of funny how that works sometimes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. So Swerve and Hangman is we're getting that, I guess, in the interim until All In. So it's feuds we've already seen before. And I mean, I guess I am gonna give Tony Khan credit for sticking with his core characters. So far, this Dynamite's been what it's been, it's been okay. Tony only announced a couple things too. So it's like, all right. Don't announce the whole fucking show. Give me a reason to watch and be interested. And so Swerve and Hangman are cutting up here. And see, notice how AEW shows are opening with like promo battles and shit. Okay, so I'm just listening here. Are you guys really like your backs are turned on Hangman, chat? Do you guys Hangman anymore? Or are you just like, nah? So I think him and Mox will have a banger of a match. Like, you can go back. I've always said it. When those two guys link up, they have bangers. So Swerve in the interim or what? Here comes Ospreay. Whoa. Okay, Ospreay's coming out. They're cooking here, chat. Chat, who's watching AEW? Crowd's chanting, holy shit. We're giving AEW its due here. Bruv, 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 they're chanting it. AEW sickos listen to PWT confirm. No, just kidding. Everyone calls him bruv. That's so funny. You're my big brother, bruv. A long-ass talking segment that tanks the ratings is not a promo battle? Nah, dude, they're cooking. Here, I'll turn this up. Honestly, this is good shit.
And I lost, and I've never felt more defeated in my entire life. And yet,
I'm following updates on Twitter, but I'm staying with PWT because my computer would just crash. It would just shut itself down, or what?
He picked me up, and he stood in this ring and shook my hand like a man.
Like a man, bruv. Like a bruv. So Ospreay's like, dude, Hangman shook my hand like a man. He cares about this place, mate.
And it's funny, because I had that exact same feeling when I lost to you last year, and you did the same thing that he did. You picked me up. Look around.
Yeah, there's no like Dynamite card online. I'm trying to fucking.
People are starting to believe in us again.
Okay, so Bruv just said people are starting to believe in us again. And he's like, I love you, Swerve. I thought it was me. It's not me, it's him, bruv. So Osprey's telling Swerve, we've got one shot to get the belt off Moxley. So yeah, Hangman's going to be the savior now. At least Hangman is a AEW homegrown guy. You have to give them that. All three of them are going to kiss. Look, no pop. He's like George Gay. Oh my God. What, are you guys mad that I'm listening to Phil talk about AEW but not watching? Yeah, guys, I'm calling the action. We still have a lot to get to this show. So much, and I'm not going anywhere. And we're diving into the fun early. We're diving into the fucking fun early, so don't touch that dial. Thank you. There's about 300 watching across X and YouTube. Come on over to YouTube, please. Swerve takes off. The crowd's booing. So Hangman and Bruv are staring each other down, and the crowd is going nuts. Damn, that was a good opener, man. That was a good opener. And then a graphic. The worst part is just Excalibur. Like, fuck. Don't they have Josh Matthews back there? Get Matthews and Taz and just fucking bring it back, bro. Jesus Christ. For real. And then Excalibur, if you missed Anarchy in the Arena, it was the wildest one yet. And then they're going to recap Anarchy in the Arena. And so people are saying this was like the best Anarchy in the Arena ever. I don't know. We've seen all this same shit done a million times in this company. Some of this shit in that match was done in the Ricochet match, for fuck's sakes. And, yeah, the Bucks being dressed the way they were dressed was just humiliating. The electrical tables. Why is there electrical tables? The fuck does that even mean? Oh, my God. And then the boots with the tacks. Like, we saw a guy get slammed on a fucking bed of nails, bro. We don't care about the boots with the tags. That's my problem with AEW. Like, bro, there's no... I'll never sit here and... See, and this is my problem. The Bumba Clock Club, they show up because they're fine. They just got stuffed in an ambulance, and then they're all celebrating like, yeah, we exploded the Bucks and shit. Who gives a shit? Okay? And Gabe Kidd, a guy who stands out in New Japan, looks the same as Mox. And I'm not joking. So it's like, what makes him special? And he's only here. If you guys haven't yet, listen to the podcast I did with Sanal. Okay. My friend Sanal. And she breaks down how Gabe Kidd's just here because he's not needed right now because, like, it's like a junior tag league or whatever. Or it's the Super Junior Cup or whatever the fuck. So they don't need heavyweights right now in Japan. So he's just here until he's not. And he wasn't even in the pay-per-view match. But he's fully, like, this is the deal with AEW. Like, they have dibs on him. So whenever he is done in New Japan, he will be in AEW. And they're coming out. It does have good heat. The crowd's booing and yelling at them. They were going nuts. They're sick of Moxley. I don't know, man. The feeling's being restored tonight, chat. They just need their own identity with the ring. God, it's just they're trying to be WWE so bad. with the ring and shit. I can't stand it. They need to fucking find their own. Here we go. Here's Willow. Crowd, huge pop for Willow. So what is this? Just like Marina versus Willow, or is it a mixed tag? What is this match? Yeah, Speedball, I guess, is with her. God, why? Why is Mike Bailey just randomly with her? He just fought Okada, like. Why wouldn't it be someone in that, like, Crazy Anarchy match? Oh, I guess maybe Mark Briscoe, but he got bloodied up in a stretcher match. This is what I mean. Mark Briscoe lost a stretcher match. He's just on Dynamite this week wrestling. What the fuck, man? No, he should be, like, not at work this week, selling the injuries of the bloodbath he had. Jesus. So I'm not trying to hate on fucking Mark Briscoe, but, like, come on, man. He just lost an ambulance match or whatever. Like, fuck. Okay, we're going to get into news now. Speaking of things that are completely unbelievable, ridiculous, annoying, all that good shit, ladies and gentlemen, I need to see flutes in the chat. I want to see flutes in the motherfucking chat. Okay? We need to see flutes in the fucking chat. I want to see an abundance of them. And yes, we're going here early. Okay? That's right, folks. It's coming early. Here we go. I am locked in here for a moment, but yeah, they've just already all hit the ring and are brawling. So, flutes in the chat. Because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer was arguing with Skynet, arguing with Grok, and he's spiraling out of control. So Meltzer said, what post Helter Skelter? Here is a clip from Wrestling Observer, Figure 4 Online that he highlighted here. But for total viewers, if Dynamite did 301,000 viewers on Max, it would equal the total U.S. viewers for Raw. So when Dave puts this shit in his newsletter, dumb fucking idiots read that. And then they see him going about 30% by our estimates. And this is the gaslighting. This is him doing his spin. This is him adding, like he's laying the breadcrumbs to formulate this idea in people's minds for them because they're too fucking stupid to actually think critically about it. And they're just culty loyalists. And so he just throws this out there. If Dynamite did 301,000 viewers, yeah, if they did fucking 1 million viewers, they'd be beating Raw. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's trying to compare Dynamite to Raw. It's just not even close. Okay. And Raj Giri responds to this. And he just highlights how Dave doesn't keep the same fucking energy. He's a hypocrite, man. And Raj goes, wait, just a Burge flipping second. I've been hearing for months and months about how you can't compare WWE and Dynamite numbers because one is on network on the other and the other one is on cable, despite the fact that TBS is a much stronger network than CW. TBS was the number 10 ranked TV network, 18 to 49 in 2024. CW is 30. But comparing imaginary Max numbers combined with a cable number to a Netflix number and not a real Netflix number, his own curated estimate, that's fair game. Gotcha. I've got a whole thing on the raw Netflix numbers, but I'll save that for another day. So again, just pointing out the hypocrisy and Dave Meltzer, just his inability to, the other problem is that he thinks he can like sneak do shit on his letter and his message board, his newsletter and his message board, but he doesn't understand that people clip it and put it out there. Like, Dave, you're not like sneakily saying this and arming your little fucking brain dead minions, you know? So Cody Rhodes has exposed Mario Party as a total work. Cody Rhodes says Mario Party is a complete work. You do everything strategy wise, and at the end, they're like, hey, we gave this person 3 stars because they had friends. Like, come on. And I quote tweeted that, and I was like, so kind of like how Dave Meltzer gives out Wrestling Observer stars? Hey, here's 3 extra because we're pals. Right at the end there, you know? So, Meltzer said what? Okay. Posted this here. Screen grabs. Okay. And I'm getting infinite DMs from this guy with all of his work. And I'm like, man, you are the fucking man. And he's like, I'm not your man guy. No. So he says the new Friday night Wrestling Observer Radio was posted 30 minutes ago, and Dynamite Dave immediately hopped on Twitter after the show to do some free Collision ratings PR for Tony. What dedication and loyalty. Good little worker boy. Okay, so Meltzer goes, the Collision ratings pattern for last night is the craziest thing I've ever seen. There was more than meets the eye. Actually 30 minutes, except shockingly high and not due to lead in, as 8:15 to 8:30 was 70% above Big Bang Theory and 18 to 49. Then NBA game starts and off a cliff. Worse, lots of people didn't get to watch it on DVR due to being on a different station than usual. Oh, why is he explaining this? And I get fucking dumb fucks telling me, oh, you're obsessed with ratings. No, these people are obsessed with ratings. So then I have to fucking dive into them to shut these people up, to add context to my fucking listeners, because I don't just want to be a goober telling people bullshit. But anyways, 18 to 34 went from best numbers for a non-sports lead-in show. OT well below usual, Brian. So just doing PR work. Dave, look at all these. Dave says, not sure if it's great news or shows that most AEW fans wanted to watch the NBA playoffs more than AEW live. Chat, do you think they were fucking watching the playoffs more than the fucking live show? Come on, man. Daily update will be up soon with details. I mean, they obviously were, and they were watching other shit, but it's like, what did you just have your core 500,000 people that are going to watch fucking AEW. Okay, if there's nothing else on. And then you get 700,000 if there's something else on that, you'll get about 500,000. And then if there's nothing else on, you can get up to 700, 750 if you're lucky. Meltzer daily update will be soon with details. Look at these are all within 1 minute as well. Look, 23 minutes, 24 minutes, 24 minutes. This is Dave posting this shit, literally speed posting instead of just doing one post with all the info. He's just speed licking off tweets. So then Dave says the Collision ratings pattern for last night is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's the craziest, Brian. There was way more than meets the eye. Brian, it's the craziest thing. My mind, it's on fire.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Brian. It's crazy. 30 minutes, shockingly high. And, it's, it's, not due to, lead in as, 8:15 to, 8:30 was 70, Brian was 70% above, Batman, Big Bang Theory in 18 to 49. Actually, and then NBA game starts and off a cliff. worse. Lots of people, actually, except didn't get didn't get to watch it on DVR due to whatever whatever bullshit he's got to say. So then Ben Miller says Dave inadvertently uncovered an inconvenient truth. NBA fans' default channel is TNT. Exactly, man. You got to understand. Motherfuckers will leave that shit on, bro. They had the number one, like that Shaquille O'Neal show with Charles Barkley and shit. Right? That was on there. I don't know if it changed yet or whatever, but I don't know if it's on there anymore. But Meltzer goes, sorry, but that makes zero sense. No, Dave, it makes sense that people are watching these games and then leaving their TVs on, or, like that's just the channel they'll leave on. It makes total sense. If that was the case, this pattern would be noticeable every time, and Dynamite would have been through the roof for first 30 minutes. Even by your standards, this was mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. It was like the Decepticons, Brian. It was mind-blowing. This guy lived through an era where you had two wrestling shows going fucking head-to-head with like 10 million people watching each show back and forth. Back and forth. Check out my... I don't know if it was some sicko. Actually, it was... whatever. Millions watching both shows, WCW, and Disco Inferno was popping the fucking... was doing the best quarter hour.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
And Dave's sitting here with AEW. My mind's blown. It's blown to oblivion, Brian.
Master need to obliterate.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So Duke Phillips says, do you think spoilers hurt it? And Dave Meltzer goes, logically, could spoilers help greatly for 30 minutes and then be responsible for a big drop once the NBA game starts? I know you could actually argue that. I mean, you could. Okay, Dave, you could argue that, I guess. You could. But the main point is that a hell of a lot of AEW fans are NBA fans. That is now proven. No, Dave. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That isn't proven, Dave. Holy shit. He's so out of touch. And we have another instance of Dave, just like him not understanding 2025. Him not understanding he's old as shit and doesn't understand how Google and shit works. That is now proven, he says, dude, that a hell of a lot of AEW fans are NBA fans. So, like, when you guys paraded Swerve out after that fucking Miami Heat game, after he won the title on Collision, and the viewership, like 1 million people dropped off a cliff and died within, like, fucking 20 minutes of the show. So you mean, like, all those, the hell of a lot, Dave? Those are all NBA fans, huh? It just proves that AEW's audience is dwindling, and more of these people are growing up, and as they grow up, they just get into other sports and real sports more and shit. 29 minutes. So literally after, like, you guys, right when this episode ended, 29 minutes, Dave is on the fucking air, immediately firing off 7 million tweets every 30 seconds. Like, we have proof, Dave. What we have proof of is you tweeting every 30 seconds about fucking Collision after your episode released. So Meltzer said what response to Neckbeards here, who posts Dave Meltzer just spurging out over the fucking ratings. He goes, Collision did 398K and a 0.09 in the demo. That's terrible. No major sports competition. Audience was growing until the abrupt ending. Recent patterns indicate huge growth in 50 plus, but not in under 50 plus in the US. What has your boy Philip been telling you guys? It's skewing older. Okay? The people who like the New Japan shit, they're 10 years older now. It's just aging. People are aging out of this shit. Or it's like older people like fucking AEW, I think is what's going to happen. Just like the shittier, when WWE got real bad, it just skewed older, you know? And it still skews older for the most part because wrestling always has. But yeah, it's just definitely, it's crazy. Gabe Kidd and Moxley just look interchangeable in this match. Like, what a fucking, anyways. I attribute that more to under 50 watching on Max. So they all just ran off to Max. Now, maybe you could argue that, but all of the, I just think Dave's making fucking excuses. And Meltzer said, what's like, oh my God, the spin doctor really found a way to make a positive out of being thrown off the air. You have to admire his dedication. Yeah, you really do. So yeah, we just read that tweet there. Everyone's just on Max. So Dave Meltzer says, not sure if it's great news or shows that most AEW fans wanted to watch the NBA playoffs more than AEW Live. And then Grok says this. So Mr. Lucky says, Grok, is Dave Meltzer a delusional liar like Disco here seems to think? Because Disco Inferno says he studies. Okay. And so Grok has this to say. Now remember, Grok just takes what everybody like posts essentially and then formulates the information. So it's good if you're looking up like how many milliliters of Tylenol do you, whatever, because it'll just pull it right from like Tylenol.com or whatever the fuck. You guys get what I'm saying? How much sugar do you put in this? How much you know, how fast can a hummingbird fly or whatever? It can give you factoids like that. But when people ask it for like its opinion and shit, that's where it gets fucking cringe as shit. I gotta be honest. You see a lot of people like, Grok, is this right about this? You can't ask the AI for an opinion, bro, okay? You can ask it about like, what time does this come on? You know, and it'll fucking find it on the internet for you. But it's not, you don't ask it its thoughts or feelings. It's a fucking AI, and it just takes all the wacko people on the internet and formulates its opinions based off that, right? So a factoid, it based its facts off of the accumulation of facts online, right? If you ask it an opinion, Grok is going to give you an opinion based on the accumulative opinion, the opinions that accumulates online. You guys understand? Trying to explain how the fucking algo works here, brah. Shaka, brah. So Dave Meltzer's credibility is debated, but it's funny because Grok had this to say. Dave Meltzer's credibility is debated. Critics like Disco Inferno call him biased, especially towards AEW, claiming he exaggerates or lacks accountability. Some fans agree, citing instances of alleged misinformation. However, Meltzer is respected for detailed reporting, backed by data like AEW's 575,000 viewers, May 21, 2025, during NBA playoff competition. His comment on viewership reflects industry trends, not delusion. He's polarizing with valid points on both sides. Backed by data, but no, it's not. See, that's the problem with Grok. There's no data on this. So the data, this is the problem too, when there's no data, okay? So let's say I invent this app and I tweet out about this app and how great it is, but no websites have written anything on it, and there's no information to pluck from about this app. There's no website to go to get information about this app, but me and my 3 buddies who are working on it have tweeted about it. Grok will use that info as well. So as far as like the 575,000 viewers, but yeah, no, Meltzer wasn't talking. It's not delusional. I'm not even agreeing. Like, fuck Grok. I don't care what Grok thinks. But yeah, because I don't think Disco's saying he was delusional. He just said like he studies. So then to ask, is he delusional? It's like you're kind of, Grok doesn't even know how to compute that shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, is Commander in this match? What the fuck? Is Commander in this match? What the fuck's going on in this show? So just Anarchy in the arena, the right after the Anarchy in the arena. So Kairi Sane trashes Dave Meltzer, I guess. Why does it say that? Kairi Sane trashes Dave Meltzer. No, this was fake. Oh, yeah. I remember why I put this in here. So Dave Meltzer saying the injury is a work about Kairi Sane, or I mean about Zoe Stark, right? When she twisted her leg off there, and shout her out. I hope she recovers. So this was a Photoshop. Dave didn't say the injury is a work. And guys, don't make fake Meltzer posts, please, because it only takes away from his actual posts. Like, his actual posts are good enough. We don't need to muddy it up, you know? We don't need a disinformation campaign to muddy up the waters in this info wars. Anyways, so Grok. Somebody asks this lucky guy again. I guess asks Grok, and Grok says, the decline in ratings on Netflix in 2025 likely stems from multiple factors. Viewership dropped 35% in the U.S., with the May 12 episode at 2.7 million viewers. So Grok... Grok breaks down why the Raw ratings are down, etc. Okay? And Dave Meltzer quote tweets Grok and debates and argues with Grok. I hope you guys like the thumbnail. It's Terminator Meltzer. I'm really good at fucking, getting the Photoshop face swap shit down. And I got Meltzer as fucking Terminator, and then we got the Grok Terminator. It's amazing. But dude's here arguing with fucking Skynet, man. So he responds to Grok. And it's just Grok saying, like, again, the accumulation of data from Twitter, whatever the fuck. A lot of it probably comes from Dave. And Dave goes, debut was 5.9 million, not 4.9 million. Also, 5.9 was a legit number, Brian. Grok. T1000. T1800. 2.7 million would only be legit if virtually nobody watched live, and we know that's not the case. Fucking arguing with Grok, bro. Why would he even waste his goddamn time? I study Grok. Me and Grok together, Brian. It's where I get all of my great information, like my next headline.
Poor people don't like AEW.
Oh my God, dude. He's correct. Debut is actually 5.9. See, I'm not biased, Brian. Oh my God. He thought Grok was a real dude. He thinks Grok is a real guy. Arguing with Grok. This man is broken. This man is broken. See, I tweeted this out, and I was like, Dave Meltzer didn't really say this, did he? Because I just sniffed it immediately. I'm like, there's no way he said this, did he? Like, fuck no, man, because it's just too crazy. So Dave Meltzer, Netflix numbers come very close to all-time low for Raw. Full details, plus every show takes a hit from the NBA. Dave Meltzer answers, Lucy is just Lucy, tweets out AEW and Tony Khan. So tweeting at AEW and at Tony Khan, not at Meltzer, not hey Dave, nothing. Dave Meltzer's like vanity searching this shit. Lucy's saying at AEW and at Tony Khan, can you please let UK fans know where we can buy Double or Nothing? Triller doesn't have it available. Dave Meltzer responds to this. Like, no one brought his name up. Nobody asked his opinion. He just vanity searches and responds. Quote tweets it and goes, youtube.com, pay-per-view.com, Amazon Prime. Answers, dude. And I tweet out, good little worker boy Dave is, isn't he? What a good little worker boy he is, man. Holy. So Dave Meltzer gets triggered, and this is a theme throughout the show as we go into our hot news, and our sicko segment. There's a war going on. There's a war brewing, man. CMLL versus AAA, MLP versus TNA, WWE versus AEW, Stardom versus Marigold, if you will. Let's do the damn thing. Let's get a UK Fed going. We know WXW's cooking with WWE. We got the Indies versus whatever Indies fucking Tony Khan's working with, right? So the fans are at war. The sickos, the wackos, they're duking it out. Both sides, they're getting crazy. And it's the through line, man, through this fucking show, okay? There's wars a brewing, and it's heating up, okay? You with me, chat? So Dave Meltzer had this to say. We know what side he's on. He says, really interesting. WWE announced Great American Bash in Atlanta along with Saturday Night Main Event on Saturday night. Oh yeah, it's weird they announced Saturday Night Main Event on Saturday night, Dave. And Evolution on Sunday. Also didn't announce when Bash takes place. Why is that really interesting, bro? Oh, it's so crazy that they put Saturday night's main event on Saturday night. So crazy, Dave. It's mind-blowing. I actually can't believe it. So Christian Daniel says the mention of Max without data is delusional. And Meltzer says, it's common sense? No, it's not, Dave. No, it's not, bro. Because here's the problem. If you say that's common sense, then by your common sense, like 10 million people are watching fucking SmackDown, and you have millions watching NXT, but you don't apply the same logic, Dave, and that's what people keep calling you out for. Streaming viewership skews much younger than television. Okay, and that's fair. But that's also estimations, because a lot of the younger people are using their parents as passwords, and Dave if he knows anything about this, he would know that. Max confirmed AEW is one of the top sports on the station. Bro, but then they also said that it's not a sport, and just saying it's one of the top sports just is such a vague, loose thing. It's one of the top sports. Well, how many sports do you have? 5. So which one is it? Well, one of the top. Okay. It's such a vague thing, Dave. What you're saying is still vagary. With a V, guys. Okay, don't. Whoa, no. Anyways. Heel Uzi posts the Nepo baby glazer Dave Meltzer. Dave will say and do anything for the gym fed. It's sad at this point. So Meltzer has this to say. I do think Peg. I do think Paige has to win the title at All In. I think that him not winning the title would be a big, big mistake at this point. Even though I know the business is up and I know business is getting better. How is oh my God, business is up. Dave is fixated on this. Business is up because they made money this year. No, that doesn't mean business is up. Dave, that doesn't mean it's up. Where is it up? They're doing residencies now that they should have did years ago. They're drawing what a Raw draws for their biggest show of the year, all in Texas, dude. How is it up? It's literally down year over year. He's make-believing shit, man. God. Zaslav, I'm going to make some phone calls. We're going to get those fucking Max numbers leaked. No. Even though I know business is, I'm just fucking trolling. I know business is getting better, and I know that business is getting better with Moxley as champion. No, it's not. But I think that it's just time to make the move to Paige right now. Then why would you, business is up with Mox, but we should just move to Paige? It would be a terrible idea if they stayed with Mox, who's keeping the business up. This is how full of fucking shit Dave Meltzer is. This is how full of shit this fucking idiot is. Okay? He's literally in the same run-on sentence saying, oh, business is up because of Mox, but it would just be a terrible mistake if we stayed with Mox. So why would it be a mistake? Because you know what you're saying is bullshit. You're just lying through your fucking teeth. Fuck. Dave's so full of shit, you think he spent the on a Vince McMahon plane. So Meltzer says pay-per-view is up, live attendance isn't, other metrics you don't know. What other metrics, Dave? So the TV's down. Pay-per-view is up. No, they're not. They're absolutely down unless you add your invisible 30%. Dave believes that because they're like, oh, they're going on Amazon and not Triller, that pay-per-views are up. Meanwhile, we're going to prove that wrong with Google Trends in just a moment, chat. I literally have Google Trends. We're going to prove that wrong. We're going to prove what young Philip has been saying for fucking years since PWT started. I did a deep dive on this early on in the PWT days where I went on these illegal sites and I looked at the numbers of fucking AEW shows and Ring of Honor shows and SummerSlams and Raws and shit. Okay? Maybe we can do it again with some friends who are smarter than me, but we're going to prove that it's actually the opposite because Dave doesn't know how Google metrics work. Other metrics you don't know. What other metrics? Oh, the Google search metrics. Okay, well, Dave, we have those, and we're going to show you why you're old. You're an old man, and you don't understand how this stuff works. Okay? Live attendance isn't. Well, that's the whole fucking point of TV, isn't it, Dave? To fucking fill your houses. Pay-per-views up. That's a lie. A bunch of people couldn't even find the last show on fucking Triller because it wasn't there. And you're just adding 30%. We broke it down here on the show. It's on Amazon. I suspect it'll add 30%. Why? There's no proof of that anywhere. Again, you're making shit up. So Switchblade saying Dave cherry picking again. Pay-per-view is down year on year, comparing 2 pay-per-views in 4 months versus 4 pay-per-views at the back end of 2024 and the back end of a string of 5 pay-per-views in 5 months. Meltzer has become such a fraud. So when they say, oh, it's a big boost for AEW, it's down so much. And when people go, well, WWE's down from the fucking 90s, okay, we're talking like if we're looking at like 5-year windows here, okay, you have to be a little bit recent with it. We can't, obviously there's ebbs and flows of TV and everything, and even with AEW. And like a lot of people for hundreds of days now have been celebrating No Millie. And it was funny at first to me, but after like a year, it was like, and shout out people who know Millie, celebrate their No Millie. Shout you guys out, do your thing. I'm not hating on that at all. The point I'm making is even that became, after like 3 years, or however long it was, it's like, yeah, they're not ever going to get 1 million again, bro. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost like sad at that point. So, okay, let's look at it over the last 3 years. They're still dying year over year, right? If you look at AEW, if you look at WWE over the past 3 years, 5 years, they're selling huge houses. They're doing big numbers. They're doing some of their highest gates still. Some of their, they're selling out these European tours. They're doing some of the highest viewed shit on streaming and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, yes, if you compare it to the 90s, sure, we have a small sample size, and in this small sample size, we've never seen a year where AEW was like trending down, then just spiked up huge and then sort of trended down. Like it's just been slowly less and less people watching and interested. And so Dave plays this fucking game, and he's doing this recency bias thing, I guess, in a sense. Maybe that's the term to apply here, but he's just selecting like, okay, after these pay-per-views that didn't do as well as the ones that did 3 years ago at the end of last year, yeah, these ones maybe are doing better by 10,000 buys or something, or by this, like, okay, let's just give Dave that and say, okay, being on Amazon got them more buys. Is it 30% more buys? And that's where Dave's just making shit up. So yeah, hopefully I did a good job of sort of explaining what Switchblade was getting at there, because I know some of it can be like, whoa, deep cuts here. So WWE has reportedly considered asking fans not to swear during TV taping. So who knows if this is true or not? I believe it, though. But Meltzer says people have actually suggested this, of just like, making an announcement of it's like, hey, we're here. It's a TV show. It's going all over the world. We want you to have fun. Don't swear. In the past, if they had done that, the audience would have then started swearing because they wouldn't want to be controlled, Brian. They're still swearing, Dave. And Dave is like, in the past, this is what would have happened. Dave, you're saying they just were asked this. So you don't know if they're going to do that the next show, Dave. Dave is I'm like Time Cop, Brian. That's why it's Tony's favorite movie. I've been visiting him since he was a child. Like, for real, bro. So you're talking in the future after they were allegedly just told this, because on Raw we were getting the fuck you Seth or the fuck you Rollins or whatever chance. And now Dave's just like, oh, they're asked like, hey, don't swear. And in the past, I mean, they would have revolted. Well, you don't know what they're going to do, dipshit, because it hasn't happened yet. This was a day ago. Fucking prick. So Dave says, but I think this audience is mature enough and smart enough and everything like that. If you told them that, I think they might be okay with it. That is something that was been suggested. They don't swear that much. And if they're going to say fuck or holy shit, they're going to do it. They don't give a fuck if people are like, can you please not say that? They don't care. Dave, are you even a fucking wrestling fan? Jesus Christ. I know that, but they don't do it. So again, Dave is just like making some shit up and then just making up an invisible reason why we can never possibly confirm what he's saying. Do you know? Well, they said to do this, but, the fans would revolt, but they might do it just because they understand. So what I'm saying really doesn't even matter. You can't even verify what I just said anyways, either way. So several AEW talents are pretty banged up following the Anarchy in the arena match at Double or Nothing. You don't say. You don't fucking say. So Fightful Wrestling tweets out, TKO COO Mark Shapiro, Triple H is amazing on creative storylines. When you think you know where he's going, he turns left. And then Dave Meltzer goes, I don't think Shapiro understands booking. If you lead the audience in a direction and then turn left, that's actually the definition of bad booking. What? What the fuck? Tony Khan. Paul's booking is largely predictable, and that's why it largely works. Dave is so fucking out of touch, man. Dave, no, it's not largely predictable. Sometimes predictability is a fucking good thing. I hope I put my quote tweet in here. Yes, I did. So I wrote this out. I'm going to read it. My response to this. On last Saturday's PWT Live, I talked about how we've officially broken Dave Meltzer. He believes that, quote, WWE doesn't do long-term booking. Now he's saying that swerving left by definition isn't good booking, whatever the fuck that means. This is genuinely some of the dumbest shit I've ever read. It's just storytelling and selling tickets, Dave. Story tropes exist for a reason, and predictability isn't always bad. However, in general, stories have to have some degree of a plot twist or swerve in wrestling, even if the swerve is obvious to the audience. Now, this is what fucking idiots don't understand, and it drives me fucking nuts. Okay? Because, I like to write things. It's cool. It's fun, but there's, things that apply. There's things you got to understand. Okay? And one of those things is, and I wrote it here, I tried to encapsulate this as best as I could, but even if the swerve is obvious to the audience, it likely isn't to the characters involved in the story itself. And when the audience is actually invested in the characters, it still builds tension and anticipation for the big reveal and blow off. So Dave's too fucking dumb to understand that the unpredictability can also lie within the story, within the situation of the fucking what's being told on screen, and we can buy into that as an audience as well. It's not about ECW shocks, Brian. The lights go out, and Danielson, and then Adam Cole the same night. The swerving. Is that fucking bad booking? So you're calling Tony Khan's booking bad booking? And that's why it largely doesn't work, because he does unpredictable shit. You're inconsistent, Dave, and you don't even understand, like, how do you watch movies? Do you even pay attention to, like, the words and what's going on screen? So I say yes, even if the swerve is obvious to the audience, it likely isn't to the characters involved in the story itself. And when the audience is actually invested in the characters, it builds tension and anticipation for the big reveal and blow off. The key is to balance both, which is what WWE does. WWE fans aren't brainwashed zombies who only like predictable stories. In fact, it's the exact opposite, clearly. By definition, Dave Meltzer is mentally retarded and has not only never told or wrote a story in his life other than fake news bullshit for his dirt sheets, but he doesn't even spend time learning about and studying pro wrestling, the very thing he dedicated his entire life to covering. And I had to fucking cook this fool. Cooked him. Cooked him right there, man. And shout out Neckbeards. He says, well, I'm pretty sure Dave has his hand in booking AEW, and that's really working out well. Oh, man. So Dave Meltzer reports how, and we're going to talk about this in a bit, he says, in Mexico and the Mexican version of Netflix, they had put up a different graphic, and they didn't mention that it was for the title, because in Mexico, in theory, the people would know that Alberto was the champion. In theory. No, not in theory, Dave. It's what it is. The people would know that Alberto was the champion, but in the United States, they wouldn't know. So that was the mentality for doing this. And they thought that that was okay. And for whatever reason, the mentality was, well, if we only announce it in the United States, the people in Mexico aren't going to know. Not realizing that everybody knew instantly. No, they realized it, Dave. I just don't think they give a fuck. You know what I mean? I just really don't think they care. And, yeah, they know because of the internet. But as far as the crossover, that's like AAA's trying to get the WWE rub. And WWE's trying to expand out there more and be a part of those sellouts and shit. Which they'll easily do and help AAA blow up more and more too. So, yeah, I mean, it was a fucking definite botch and it was stupid. They fucked up big time. But was it a mistake or was it intentional? I don't know, but I promise you, Dave doesn't know the mentality. Dave is mentality, okay? Dave is mentally challenged, okay? So I promise you he's just making up whatever his perspective is on that. Speaking of perspective, Eric Bischoff said Dave Meltzer is a useful Meltzer is a useful idiot and a pawn scum propagandist. Whoa. Geez, tell us how you really feel, Eric. And let's take a listen to Bischoff just smashing fucking Meltzer to oblivion. Thank you all for being here. Goddamn near 400 across X and YouTube. Come on over to YouTube. And yeah, let's take a listen to fucking Bischoff violate Meltzer here.
Bags and lily pickers. He's propaganda. He's not news. And this is a perfect example of that. Dave thinks that people talk to him are his friends.
I hear voices in my head, Brian. They talk to me. They understand that the best guy.
He's a useful idiot. He doesn't have any friends. Unless they're people like him. Pond scum generally aggregates in a small pond.
Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to say that he's pond
come on
scum.
now, Eric.
Have you ever tried pond scum on rice with fish? I don't know what they call that. I had it at a sushi restaurant. Some Japanese guy flicked it at me, and it bounced off my belly and landed right in my throat hole. Eric, that's not very fair to call them pond scum, Eric. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to say they're pond scum. when they're a healthy AEW. Dave Meltzer, I like Dave Meltzer. I'm here for it. Chat me up about the Chew World Order.
It is what it is. I'm just giving you my opinion. He's pond scum. He's wrestling propaganda. And he's able to milk money out.
This frat house gimmick on AEW would be hilarious if they just played vignettes of them actually and built them up. But it's like, this is what they do with that Preston Vance guy, Cody Rhodes' good friend. He's been off TV. Then all of a sudden he's just in a frat house group instead of luchadors. What the fuck? Jose, the assistant, is rolling in his fucking suit right now. Jose, the assistant's throwing a drink at a grandmother right now.
Out of people doing it. And I just encourage people to ignore someone like Dave Meltzer. There's some great people out there. Mike Johnson, Dave Scheer. I've mentioned them before. There's some great coverage going on out there, folks. Credible coverage. If you really want to know what's going on. But, Dave got there first. All of it is designed to make him feel important. And I think he's too stupid or just doesn't care. I don't think he even understands what a fool he makes it.
So Tony Khan just ripped off Chase U, but did it with a bunch of 40-year-olds.
Himself when he comes up with commentary like this. It is what it is. The people that he thinks are his friends are smart enough to use him because they know something that Dave doesn't know. They know that if they just give him a cookie and pat him on the head and acknowledge him, he'll do whatever they want. He'll write whatever they want.
Well,
don't source it.
Well, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to say they can write whatever. I don't write whatever.
Come on now, Eric.
He won't check it out. He won't challenge it. If you give him a cookie and pat him on the head and say, "Hey, Dave, here's a scoop," gone. It's out there. He's a useful idiot in the truest definition of the term.
Yeah, Conrad just won't admit that because he just doesn't burn bridges. He's just a businessman first and foremost. So Triller TV is reportedly in a bad financial state. So everyone's known that. Reportedly, Meltzer with the scoop a fucking year late. Triller is in a real bad financial state. They didn't file their 10Q. They're on the verge of being delisted. Their stock is under $1 per share, so they need someone to buy them right now because they're in trouble. AEW Double or Nothing not being on Triller probably plays into something having to do with this. If you're far behind, there's obviously the fear you may not get your money. And I know other people who have done business there are fearing that right now. Yeah, Triller ain't paying, man. That was a failed experiment and all those celebrities fucked up. So it's like it came right before NFTs and shit. Don't trust celebrities who try and sell you shit they know nothing about and aren't passionate about. And like NFTs and shit. That stuff's all fake and dumb. Dave Meltzer, they tried to sell you on Triller. There's already Instagram. This is how they tried to sell everybody on Triller, by posting their Triller videos on Instagram. And it was like, well, there's already fucking Instagram. They post their Trillers on TikTok. And it was like, well, there's already fucking TikTok. So who gives a shit? Dave Meltzer has always had, this is Alfred Kunowa, shout out at This Is Nasty. Dave Meltzer has always had the personality of a robot. Well, he's arguing with them too. And now he's speaking their language by arguing with Grok. Here's Alfred Kunowa's take on it. Absolutely tremendous.
It's finally happened. Dave Meltzer launched into a full-blown argument with AI. Chief wrestling dork Dave Meltzer used one of his 144,000 tweets to correct Grok, Twitter's AI chatbot. That's right. Dave Meltzer has spent so much time arguing with bots, he's become one. Dave is...
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, he's used to arguing with bots for sure. Some of these motherfuckers he chats it up with, and the sickos are even turning on Meltzer, some of them. And we have some instances of that. Very long Dave Meltzer moment of the week tonight.
Always had the personality of a robot, and now he's speaking their language. I knew it. The stuttering sicko is the awkward star of a sci-fi Netflix thriller that he doesn't even know he's in. Call it Whack Mirror. We're getting closer to the inevitable moment where Sling Blade Dave publicly proposes to Alexa. If Dave Meltzer gets an AI divorce, does that mean she gets half his tweets? Pretty soon he'll be debating Siri about whether AEW sold 800 or 900 tickets for the
Black Mirror sounds scary, Brian. I don't like those mirrors, Brian.
collision in Kent, Washington, because it's fun.
Cuervo, those guys. Yeah, I don't know, man. Dave's fucking cooked. He's melting down, schmelting. So Dave Meltzer praises how real Will Ospreay's promo on Dynamite felt in comparison to John Cena and Cody Rhodes. Oh boy, he's always got to make it about WWE. He's just trying to sell people on the game, and he's trying to convert WWE viewers. That's the thing, man. So Dave goes, well, this is what Cena and Cody Rhodes should have been and never hit that level, which surprises me because Cena and Cody Rhodes would be considered as good promos as these guys. Yeah, they're doing fine, man. They're selling out buildings and shit. Guys got like 16,000 at All In, Texas. Right? WWE could do a Mania weekend. They could do SummerSlam weekend in Texas and sell out like fucking 6 shows in a row, dude. That's 16,000 minimum. So, with Cody Rhodes and Cena, they're so polished in practice, very professional. It's not a knock on them, but they're not real at all. Trust me, I know real. Just look at my hair, Brian. It's all real. Even when they throw real barbs out, they were never real. So even when they do throw real barbs out, they aren't real. So then they're not real barbs, or they are real and you're saying they're not real. I've gone cross-eyed. What a fucking idiot this idiot is. I never got the feeling of real. With Will Ospreay, every word he said, the way he said it, with the conviction he said it, I got the feeling that it was real. Hangman had to do his act of desperation and everything like that, Brian, and that was great. It was maybe Hangman's best promo ever, but these guys, it was absolutely spectacular. No, I agree. It's pretty good. Like the start of this Dynamite was really good with Swerve and Ospreay and Hangman. Like I agree with that aspect that they're really cooking it up with their promos. And it's just hilarious how you're all glizzy gobbling it. Meltzer and the sickos are glizzy gobbling it. Like, boys, this is what we've been saying for fucking years. Like a bunch of us have been saying this. Arthur Jennings for 10 says, hey, Phil, love the show. Do you think WWE needs to step it up on Raw and SmackDown given the reviews haven't been great, or stick to their plan? Stick to their plan. And if this Mania doesn't have to blow our socks off like 40, but if it's sort of the same vibe and clunky and last minute and shit, we'll point it out. I'm keeping an eye. Like I told you guys on the show a bunch of times, you can't start getting lazy now because you're doing great business, and Tony Khan and AEW are fucking getting kooky, right? And they're falling off. Like you can't get lazy. And I'm watching Triple H. I'm watching HBK closely. So I'll let you know. But for now, I mean, did you watch NXT? That was fucking crazy. So, and I think TNA is on the cusp, on the precipice, on the tip of the day of a fucking deal, okay? They're getting some sort of TV deal or something crazy's happening. And some people are speculating too, AEW, with all this counter programming, AEW might be on the verge of some sort of big announcement that WWE's caught in wind of, and I don't know about any of that, but wrestling's hot in general. You got to understand, like, AEW could still turn this thing around here if they got smart, but that's on your boy Tony Khan. Hope that answered your question. Moving along here. Meltzer said what says, after all the WWE rage a couple weeks ago over roster cuts and how terrible a company WWE was for allegedly signing Del Rio in AAA, all the usual suspect Mark stands and cosplay media are now more upset that WWE may have telegraphed taking the belt off him. Fake belt greater than abused women's. So let's listen to these fucking clips. It's some virtue signaling bullshit. Shout out Meltzer said what?
They have added a very interesting thing.
Brian, instantly. Brian. Brian.
They have added a very interesting thing, and that is that Chad Gable, they announced Chad Gable will be facing Hijo del Vikingo for the AAA Mega title.
Yes.
Although Vikingo is not the Mega Champion.
No, he's wrestling Alberto for the championship on the 31st at Juan de la Barrera Gym. Now, what they did was, this was, I mean, the mentality here was, I guess they just wanted the announcement out because, you know, it's a couple weeks away, want to sell tickets and everything. And they thought if they announced it, so what they did is they put it on Raw. It was on Raw tonight, and the graphic was there, AAA Mega Championship, and they said that. Okay, so they actually announced that match for the title. But in Mexico, in the Mexican version of Netflix, they had put up a different graphic, and they didn't mention that it was for the title because in Mexico, in theory, the people would know that Alberto was a champion, but in the United States, they wouldn't know. So that was the mentality for doing this, and they thought that was okay. And for whatever reason, they, you know, the mentality is that, like, well, if we only announce in the United States, the people in Mexico aren't going to know. Not realizing that.
No, it's not that people in Mexico aren't going to know, Dave. It's just that. So what you're doing is you're like mitigating the damage in a way. Like how do you explain this? So what you're doing, Dave, the mentality is that that they wouldn't know. They're just stupid, dumb, fucking idiots. Is what Dave's trying to get at here, but that's not the case. It's just that, like, okay, let's say you're watching WWE and you're a WWE fan and you're in Mexico and you know that, let's say this AAA show's coming up and you're like, I can't wait for the crossover show with WWE as well. And let's say you're not just a sicko online constantly and maybe you don't see the fucking news, then you don't see it and you just watch the show and you're like, oh shit, you didn't see that it's for the title or not. For the American fans, they're just trying to make sure people watch that shit and have a reason to tune in. And then they see, holy shit, Gable could win a title even. Like, what is this title? So, yes, they fucked it up. They spoiled it. I don't think that's smart. But with that being said, it's not like the idea is they just wouldn't even know. No, they knew they would know, but they understand that there's also large portions of people who just watch their show and don't participate in the niche fucking sicko world like you and I. Okay, Dave?
Everyone knew instantly.
Of course.
And so it gives away the finish of the main event at Juan de la Barrera Gym. So there's a couple of things to that. Number one.
It does give away the main event, but here's the other thing, Dave. They didn't promote the main event for this last AAA show that's going down. Well, I guess WWE is in control of it, but they're not advertising it at all because they want to get Del Rio. They've gauged the internet. They've gauged just public perception. And I think they understand that, people don't want to see Del Rio. And so they're not even promoting that show whatsoever in America or anywhere. Like, that's the last true, like, Mexico only fucking AAA show. They want to introduce Vikingo to America and the world as, here's the Grand Campeon, and he's this guy we've been airing commercials for and putting on Raw and putting at WrestleMania and putting at Saturday Night Main Event, etc.
Aside is that Alberto was, they had spent the last however long, months and months and months, putting heat on Alberto, and they were going to build to this big match for the championship, and probably for the hair with Latin Lover, or if Latin Lover couldn't wrestle because he's closing in on 60, a rep, okay, but it wasn't going to be Vikingo, and Vikingo was not like they had done the Alberto Vikingo matches. Alberto won the title from Vikingo. He had already beaten him, in other matches, and they'd moved away from it. And then suddenly, on this show, on the 31st, they announced that match. So it was kind of like, well, they're probably just trying to get this belt off.
It's funny how I knew, like, fucking Dave. He didn't have the news. I have sources. The fuck. I knew about all this shit before. I even knew they were fucking switching the title. I fucking called it. I told you all. There's no goddamn way. On the 31st, just out of nowhere, they're like, yeah, Vikingo's fighting for the belt. It's like, whoa, there's clearly switching it.
Alberto, because of the WWE.
And Dave's just shocked. After this graphic, he has the story. After the graphic aired on Raw. Now he's got the scoop, Brian. After he just looked on Twitter, looked at PWT's Twitter, and got all the info.
Key is that the original thing for Mexico was that they were not going to interrupt any of the planned storylines, which lasted a few weeks. Because
now they're taking a huge risk by switching it off Alberto. But I think, with the influx of, and this would just be my guess, like with the influx of interest with the WWE Partnership and being able to see some of their stars, that they're hoping that that'll sort of counteract, or because here's the thing, man, if WWE said we're gonna go run an arena, someone pointed out like AEW beat WWE to the punch for that televised show. Like Mexico really wants, they get live events, but they really want like a string Raw, SmackDown, and a PLE in Mexico, and WWE waited so long for it. And but they're smarter about it. It's not always about being first, right? Like, look at the UFC. They weren't the first on, that people put Kimbo Slice on NBC with like Elite XC and shit before UFC was on Fox or anything like that. You know what I mean? So it's not always about being first. And so AEW did capitalize on that, but WWE, like just them being a part of AAA and shit, I think they just look at it like, okay, they're going to get PLEs, they're going to get NXT crossovers. It's going to be, we'll do a Raw in Mexico, we'll do an NXT takeover in Mexico, whichever PLE, you do in Mexico. And they're just going to, they're going to sell out and do crazy houses and shit. So I just think they're looking at that as how they'll counteract getting rid of the hot heel in Alberto as champ.
Obviously they are interrupting this planned storyline because they do not want Alberto as champion. They want Vikingo as champion because he's the one that they're featuring. So, it basically says like that as far as like who's really in charge, even though they haven't bought it yet, they are in charge of the booking as far as at least the World Championship and maybe the other titles because Sansone and Forestero are going to be defending their titles on Saturday, and the one with Hiedra, who's got the mixed tag title, she's going to be defending. And there's a lot of talks because of Stephanie Vicaire having issues with those people that I just mentioned because of the sexual assault with Quattrero or the alleged or whatever, that those people were going to, lose their belts real quick. And all of a sudden it's like, I don't know if they're going to all lose their belts, but they all of a sudden, everyone involved is all of a sudden in championship matches this Saturday.
All of a sudden. Why do you think, Dave? Jesus, it's mind-blowing. It's shocking. There was only one Elite FC show. Well, it's Elite XC, and no, there was more than one. And Kimbo did lose, but not he lost one fight. There's a whole story behind that. He's supposed to fight, I think, Ken Shamrock, who backed out at like the very last minute. Like he got a cut while he was warming up in the locker room. And so last minute, they got some guy from the undercard to fight Kimbo, and he KO'd him out of nowhere. And they paid him extra to stay standing with Kimbo, and he KO'd Kimbo. So, but yeah, there was companies who were on like TV, like big networks and shit before UFC. Same with like Bellator went to Paris. Like Paris didn't legalize MMA forever. Bellator went there first before UFC. I think they went to New York first as well. When really it's like Dana White and the UFC that helped fight to get MMA legalized in Paris and in New York and shit like that. It's kind of funny, but yeah, it's not always about being first, folks.
Out of nowhere. So that was very interesting as well. But yeah, so as far as Mexico goes, they thought that people wouldn't know, and they did.
They thought people wouldn't know, and they did. Dave, yes, the internet exists. What are you fucking... This guy's mental, man. They thought people wouldn't know. No, they did think people would know. You're coping. You're attributing because you didn't know, Dave, until they showed this graphic. And then you looked on Twitter and you saw that Phil Marks and PWT knew. The PWT universe knew. And then you were like, oh, shit. Fucking, they thought people wouldn't know, Brian. No. Here's the thing, man. They just were banking on... They're like reducing the damage size. Like, okay, let's assume that a bunch of people just watched the show. Okay, then they don't know, and hopefully it didn't spoil anything for their show. They're trying to be nice and not spoil everything, but they're focused on expanding AAA into America and hyping people up for this American crossover show because they're trying to introduce all of this IP that they bought, which was the main part of the purchase, per the lawyers and shit. They really want the fucking IP, per the fucking messages I've fucking seen directly from people, motherfuckers, okay? It's about the IP. It's an IP play, largely, and they know that they're going to market the fuck out of these luchadors and shit and help get their merch machine behind these luchas in Mexico as well and blow all these fucking up and make them all a shitload of money. And you see the guys that they're backing and they're focused on mostly. And everybody, what happened was what was supposed to happen, Dave. It is shitty if you're a lucha fan in America, but they want you to be hyped for a Chad Gable world title match for this Vikingo guy that they've been hyping up as this big fucking... and people are starting to ask, who's the champion? So they just want you to think in America it's fucking Vikingo so that Del Rio... They don't expect you to watch this Vikingo Del Rio card. They're not promoting it whatsoever. So that's the mentality behind it, Dave. They don't think everyone's poor and fucking stupid like you do. Like you are, Dave, morally. Where's my poor people don't like AEW?
Poor people don't like AEW.
And that's that. I mean, it's interesting because it does remind me in '84 when things were different in the United States. I mean, your TV only aired in certain places.
Yeah, there was no such thing as the internet. 84? What the fuck?
So, Kerry Von Erich beat Ric Flair for the title, and it was going to be a 3-week or so title change. I think it was 17-day title thing where Kerry was going to lose it back in Japan. So while Kerry is champion, they're promoting Ric Flair title matches all over the place, including on TBS, which is national. They're basically promoting, Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat because they were going to have a match in New York. And in New York, and in particular.
See, Dave is arguing with bots. He's arguing with the internet right now. Do you guys hear this? Like, he's right now coping over what the fucking internet is. Yeah, Dave, there's the internet. There wasn't in 1984.
They were doing it, and there were many markets.
Where there was, but the government was trying to figure out how they could spy on people with it first.
Markets where, they were promoting Ric Flair defending the champ.
So, yeah, it's broken by Ocon, Pox Law, and confirmed by Meltzer. Confirmed by Meltzer. Then Conan's like, they're all wrong. Alberto Del Rio is signed with WWE. He is signed. They just absorbed his deal. But, yeah, releasing Cora Jade and Dakota Kai, but giving a contract to Del Rio. Yeah, they just absorbed his contract. They bought the thing. And, of course, the virtue signalers come out in droves. So Dave Meltzer, again, being a good little worker boy for his employers, he says, since it's on TBS and not TNT, I had to manually set my DVR again for Collision. So if you do regularly watch on DVR, at least some systems will be that way. So again, he's just shilling. Meltzer said what? Says, literally look under your own website's tweet You Dynamite dipshit, Dave. How are you this bad at your job? And so Dave Meltzer says, interesting observation for those who say if anti-AEW and anti-WWE is the same. Dave, you wouldn't know because you block everyone. So you wouldn't know. It's not the same, bro. Okay? I had some dude today who's like, oh, I bet you love chugging on Mark Shapiro's dicks and taking it up his ass, up your ass, don't you? Or whatever. I bet you love Nick Khan's dick, bro. It's like, all right. If I have fucking, if I have an opinion like, yo, Bronson Reed and this whole fucking, like, I just wrote an essay on how Bronson Reed and Cobb is all backwards, his ass backwards, okay? And, a lot of people agreed with me, but the wackos aren't under there for the most part, being like, no, what are you, gay for Cobb, bro? It is different. But Dave, of course, you see it because you're on the other spectrum, But I also get fucking wackos who are like, cry more, when I've been critical of WWE lately as well. So you're seeing that, of course, because that's what's going to happen. It's like from Batman Begins, where it's like, oh, look what you spawned at the end of Batman Begins, right? Batman's like in a suit, and then Commissioner Gordon's like, well, this guy left a calling card, and it's a Joker card. And he's like, dude, you fucking start using bullets, they use hollow points. You wear bulletproof armor, they get armor-piercing ammo. You start dressing up and wearing capes, these motherfuckers start dressing up and acting like wackos, right? So there's so many sickos now that a bunch of wackos are going to spawn from that automatically, as well. And it's going to bleed over. And I hope we can mitigate that a bit and suppress that a bit, because God forbid, But anyways, Dave is coping here and saying, if AEW does its record low number tomorrow, how many tweets will I get about the sky is falling? Because, Dave, it's more evidence that the sky is falling. Whereas WWE, if they did their lowest rating ever, the next week they'll do a fucking 16,000 seater and and the next week's Money in the Bank that they might have to extend to 2 nights because business is booming so hard. You understand, Dave? That's the difference. So AEW just did their worst rating of 2025 like a month ago, which was their worst rating ever, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, this is the problem. Dave doesn't understand. And he goes, WWE just did the record low for Raw. Anti-WWE fans aren't gloating about it and saying WWE is dead at all. Yeah, they literally are, Dave. Look at your own fucking listeners. They aren't saying this at all. Here's the Observer. Raw May 19 episode does second lowest global views and lowest hours viewed in Netflix era. Look at the sickos. That's because it's trash. No Cena on the show. What do you expect? Good job, Triple H. Honestly, Double or Nothing made me drop watching WWE live since it's nowhere near the same quality. Cooling off post-WrestleMania. The 2025 storylines in WWE this far have been a big meh. No wonder viewers are checking out. Look at this shit. Even more. Woo! With a Samoa Joe dancing. This guy, I love it. Mike. Maybe if Triple H put half as much attention in WWE as he does with unsuccessfully counter-programming AEW, maybe this wouldn't be happening. Who am I kidding? This is all under Dave's post, by the way. His own viewers and listeners. The anti-WWE people aren't doing this. Look at them all. It's WWE will always suck. P.S. Fuck the Fed. Because it's trash. Not a surprise. Nothing happened on the entire show. The product is ass. People laughing. Ha 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 ha. Dave's own fucking followers, but he blocks everyone out and he doesn't actually read or study or do shit because he's a fucking liar. And when Dave tweets shit like this, nowhere anti-WWE fans aren't gloating about it and saying WWE is dead at all. Literally, they're saying it under your shit and you're coping.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. so high, coping and seething.
Dude's fucking coping. So moving along here, Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez discussed the Will Ospreay and Hangman Page face to face. So we read this before. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth, from the fucking troglodyte's mouth.
And it opened up with a Hangman and Will Ospreay face to face, and these two guys were.
This was fantastic.
Awesome.
This is what Cena and Cody Rhodes should have been and never hit that level. With Cody Rhodes and Cena, they're so polished and practiced and very professional. It's not a knock on them, but they're not real at all. You know, even when they throw real barbs out, they were never real. I never got the feeling of real. With Will Ospreay, every word he said, the way he said it with the conviction he said it,
like when he says, bruv,
got the feeling that it was real. I mean, Hangman had to do his act of depression and everything like that, and was great. It was one of maybe Hangman's best promo ever. But these guys were, I mean, it was absolutely spectacular.
The other thing that's different from the John Cena deal is, you know, he's a heel, and so he's just got because of the fans thing. We at least had two baby faces here, so there was nothing except putting over the fans when they talked about him.
And the other thing is they made clear that this is the main event of the show. You know, when this promo was over, it's like, I'll tell you what, if it wasn't, I would have said, man, you got to make this the main event of the show. One of the arguments of why they need to make Will Ospreay champion is that at least, you know, you don't have to have people follow him, and the best guy should be champion, or at least
the best guy. Oh, well, does that mean Tony Khan should be champion?
The best guy is Tony Khan. Match, and the best guy should be in the main event.
Well, they didn't listen to you,
and it opened
buddy.
up with a Hangman and Will Ospreay face to face, and these two guys were.
They don't think Ospreay's the best guy, buddy. Don't know what to tell you there, Seltzy Meltzy. And we're glitching out here. So, okay. Dave Meltzer gets picked on by some sickos. I don't even know if these are really sickos. Well, yeah, they are, because this guy's me pre-blocked. So Garrett Kidney says, can these people ever just review a fucking wrestling show? Is there some contractual obligation to regurgitate the same talking points show after show, year after year? Because Meltzer is pointing out that AEW pay-per-views are too long, right? Just talk about whatever, or I guess Alvarez was. Just talk about whether the matches and the stories and the angles were good. Is that so hard? Yeah, bro. If fucking a movie's 12 hours and it's not good, then it's not good. The event as a whole is the event as a whole. You people who like move corn and who are just whacking it to people getting dumped on their fucking heads and doing backflips, you don't care about the overall show, which matters because it's TV. Motherfuckers. The Smiler goes, they are more than happy to sit and watch a 5-hour WrestleMania where half of it is commercials. So see, the sickos are even turning on Meltzer and trying Brian here. Eh? And so Meltzer responds and goes, don't. I wasn't on the show in question, but I did think Double or Nothing could have been shorter. Also, I've complained about the length of most WWE pay-per-view shows that pass the 5-hour mark, and Brian has as well. Don't pretend this is tribal. It's consistent. But no, they're right. You have to cut off, like, the matches that were good on that pay-per-view, and maybe even Anarchy in the Arena would have stood out more if it wasn't such a long show. And we actually have sickos now. The sickos are not only turning on Dave, but in our sicko segment, you'll see sickos literally telling sickos, don't watch AEW then. Don't watch the pre-show. Don't tune in for all the matches. Just skip the pre-show and to those matches and just watch the pay-per-view then. That's what they're starting to tell each other now. It's fucking so cute and hilarious. There's not a single person on earth that can convince me that Dave isn't on the payroll. He's literally a walking advertisement. And then Meltzer goes, the New Japan payroll? Because I've liked Wrestle Kingdom shows in the Tanahashi versus Okada and Omega versus Okada era. Pretty much every fan who watched in that era must be on the payroll. Pretty much every fan. Or is it WWE or AEW payroll and you actually don't know Wrestle Kingdom is New Japan shows? And so this guy, Xanthony Davis, says, the WW weirdos will definitely react like normal people to this. No way they don't. And then Meltzer to the rescue, to the wackos. Don't say WW weirdos. The vast majority of WWE fans are fine. But the funny part is, if they read with any comprehension, oh my God. Oh, the vast majority of them are fine, but they can't even read, but they're retards, Brian. It was confirmation of how far ahead WWE and UFC were of AEW and UFC over WWE, but also that Double or Nothing didn't fail, as nobody expected that it would. No, Dave, what you tried to do was play your stupid numbers. People called you out, and we're about to get into it because Dave talks about Google engagements and shit. And we just pwn his bitch ass, right? My friend sent me something that just utterly decimates Dave. And so, yes, Dave, what you highlighted was how far ahead WWE and UFC are of AEW, right? And UFC over WWE. Yeah, everyone knows that's stupid. But also Double or Nothing didn't fail. Well, you are coping, bro. Like, no one even said it failed. You just want to prove it didn't fail because it's not doing this extra 30% and pay-per-views are down. And I bet you a bunch of people fucking illegally streamed it. May is the worst month. May and September and January are the 3 worst months to try and sell people shit. Okay? So you are absolutely fucking just full of shit here. And I'm not saying Double or Nothing failed, but it isn't this huge fucking success. I guarantee the pay-per-view sales are down if we actually get to the bottom of the numbers. What the fuck, man? Phantom of the Ghost bookmark opera. So the decision to have WrestleMania 42 in Las Vegas instead of New Orleans was made partially because this year's WrestleMania made so much money overall in Vegas, and they could not make that level of money in New Orleans. Exactly, man. Tourism's a big part of it. You guys got to get with the times, man. But no, Dave is right. Like, they're just going to make ungodly money, and it makes sense. But there's still been no official announcements, so we actually don't know. Like, at the end of the day, it really couldn't even be the case that it's in Las Vegas here. Anyways. So Dave Meltzer, according to Heel Uzi, Dave Meltzer will do or say anything for Tony Khan and his favorites. So we read this before. If Dynamite did 301 viewers on Max, 1,000 viewers on Max, it would equal the total U.S. viewers for Raw. Fucking psychotic, man. Like, just to think it would do that. And he's talking about globally for Max, by the way. So Dave Meltzer talks about this, some shit that, again, just he's so late to the game. But WWE is planning a significant strategic shift for its flagship event, WrestleMania, with Las Vegas now slated to become a frequent host city, according to the latest Wrestling Observer newsletter. Dave Meltzer reports that Las Vegas is driven by key business factors for WWE's parent company, TKO Group Holdings. The decision was made partially because this year's WrestleMania made so much money overall. Yes. Also, TKO, Endeavor, UFC, all that shit's based out of Las Vegas, Dave. There will be a performance center there, and there will be an NXT residency there. Anyways, they could not make that level of money in New Orleans. No, they could, but it's just a matter of what makes the most sense for the bottom line and their operation and everything, you know? And like all of the staff, like the behind the scenes cuts you guys are hearing about, they're being replaced by people whose offices are in fucking Nevada, okay? So, anyways, WWE will be based largely out of Nevada. I'm not saying they'll move entirely out of, like, Florida and shit, but don't be shocked, man, if they have a whole other setup going on out in the desert somewhere. Anyways, Las Vegas, from all sources, they could not make that level of money. The others is that the company loved having it in Las Vegas because key TKO executives live there, and Nick Khan grew up there. Well, it's that, but also because it's the hub, the entertainment hub of America. So like the only other cities that get more tourism than Vegas all have monuments and shit. Like New York gets more tourism every year, but international flights are more prevalent on the coasts, and also there's like the Statue of Liberty there and the buildings there and the fucking, so if you guys look into it, certain states and shit have more tourism overall, but people go to Vegas to spend money and see entertainment. So that's why. And New Orleans is another city where people go to see entertainment and spend money and shit. But as much as Vegas, no. And what, just simple fucking Googling. If you study, man, it's easier for people if you study the Wagyu beef business in America. Listen, if you're coming from somewhere else in the world to go to WrestleMania, you don't really care what fucking city it's in. You're going to just go to where WrestleMania is, right? If you're international. Vegas gets something like 2 million fucking international tourists, so 2 million of them aren't all coming to Mania, but a good chunk of them, I'm sure, can and will be. But in America, like, if Americans are going to go, it's easier for them to go to Vegas as well. Like it's proven that people go to Vegas on a whim and shit, So it just makes sense. But anyways, the strategy involves Las Vegas hosting Mania on a regular basis, not necessarily every year, but frequently, potentially in years when the city, just like Tampa, right? When the city isn't hosting other major events like Super Bowl or Final Four. While New Orleans WrestleMania 42 will be rescheduled for a future year, the city has secured Money in the Bank and UFC 318 as part of an expanded multi-year agreement with TKO. Walt Ledger of New Orleans and Company noted TKO's internal corporate changes, including a new Las Vegas-based live event strategy team since the original New Orleans deal was made. Yeah, so they don't give a fuck. They're getting UFCs and shit. They make up for it. But yeah, I said this is old news. TKO and UFC are Las Vegas, period. So it was inevitable WWE was going to be there. I don't know. My own fucking posts aren't even being removed from the bookmarks, so we're glitching out here. Hopefully I can do a quick refresher. And here we go. So we will share this one here. Okay. Dave Meltzer's star ratings for Backlash. And I don't know, man. He rated shit pretty high. He must love the Fed. So Fatu versus LA Knight versus Drew versus Priest, 4.25. Lyra versus Becky, 4.25. Dominic versus Penta, 3.5. Gunther versus Pat, 3.25. Cena versus Orton, 3.25. So damn, man. Dave loves WWE, bro. So Dave Meltzer arguing with Grok, we covered that. He's the Terminator. So Dave Meltzer studying here, okay? So Rob Viper says maybe it's selective memory, but even with a mailing list full of differently aged people who grew up on different wrestling, I don't remember the tribalism of WWF and versus WCW being as extreme as WWE versus AEW. Yeah, there wasn't Twitter, bro. And Meltzer here, again, he copes. He goes, hard for me to say because I avoided it completely. But I do remember people. Dave, you're the reason you gave people a forum to argue about it. You fucking moron. But I do remember people complaining that the idea Ted buys the ratings far more than 2023 equivalent of Tony buys all the tickets. The total stupidity level felt higher in the 90s, but the crazed fans only wanted to see their side win. It wasn't as if they wanted the company out of business completely. So in that sense, it is different. The other thing different is today, due to fraud podcasters, people try to weaponize the idea that great matches are actually bad. Oh my God, Dave, you're trying to weaponize and say, weaponize, we're victims. You're trying to weaponize and say that fucking bad matches are great. And that's subjective, Dave. That's the fucking problem. Okay? If you want to have an objective argument, I think you'd lose that every time about what quantifies good wrestling. But you want to have a subjective debate, I think PWG ruined brains first. Yeah, Dave, PWG ruined your fucking brain, bro. Okay?
Dummy. Yeah.
PWG ruined your fucking brain. All right? If that was good wrestling, why the fuck didn't it take over WWE if it's the best wrestling? Fake podcasters. You're a fake podcaster. You call into your own show. So Meltzer says, response to Patrick Noonan, who says, what might help AEW balance out the long run times of pay-per-views would be an earlier start time. Earlier start time? No, cut some matches out, you fucking idiot. Maybe 7 instead of 8. Ending a show after midnight is a little better than almost 1 for East Coast viewers, of course. I agree on that one. I think the reaction is, if you study the actual pay-per-view business, UFC and boxing, which did the biggest numbers of anyone, usually end after 1 a.m. Eastern. Dave. It's because the biggest boxing fights and UFC fights ever are based out of Vegas. It's the biggest fight capital. You could argue maybe Saudi is now, I guess, but that's plain semantics. So someone who studies it hard will come to this reaction when people complain about time. Dave, people tune into boxing for the main event. If you really studied the business, you would say, but people who watch boxing only tune in for the main event. And actually, that's why it doesn't go till after 1 a.m. Eastern all the time. It actually goes on earlier a lot of the time. Or UFC will go on earlier and end before the pay-per-view's big main event or whatever. And they purposefully stack it up that way. Okay? And people just tune into the main card. So with AEW, it's too long, man. It just is. You're throwing so much wrestling and going, isn't it all great? Well, people watch full MMA matches. Right. Way more people than watch pro wrestling, period, than watch AEW, period. So what are you saying? Way more people watch football than watch fighting. So what are you fucking, like, what are we really talking about here? But I do think 7 to 11:30 is better than 8 to 12:30. So, like, why don't you just say you agree instead of explaining it away? Like, you're just trying to explain it away, though, and give it an excuse. But then going, oh, but I agree, though. You're a fucking idiot. So here's Dave Meltzer coping. He goes, I never say anything for clickbait ever. And then look at what he says. If you want to see great wrestling, AEW makes far better use of its time than WWE. That can't be argued. Yes, it can be argued, Dave. It can be argued. Because if the wrestling's not as good and it's not attracting as many people, then they're not making as good as use as their time. See, Dave is fucking stupid. Right? It's like all these people who use these fucking terms that they don't understand, or they make up terms, or they apply their own, like Dave doesn't understand better use of time doesn't mean in terms of wrestling, more wrestling means better use of the time because more of it's dedicated to wrestling. 8 minutes of wrestling might be better use of the time overall. Depends what you're trying to fucking do, Dave. So you're like, that can't be argued. Yes, it can. Because I can literally just argue, well, this 12-minute match was more impactful than that 40-minute match. And they made better use of the wrestling time they had on this show here, even though it was 12 minutes. Doesn't mean, oh, they used more time, like Dave is trying to sort of say here. That can't be argued. I will say this. I've been live to 5-hour Tokyo Dome shows and Dominions and watched them on TV in the middle of the night, ending at 3 or 4 a.m. And not once have I ever thought it was too long. Yeah, because you're a fucking baby Mark who likes baby Mark shit, and you're sitting there laughing like a baby for these same spots that you've seen, like someone's jingling keys in front of you. That's what your own employees have said about you, Dave. We know you don't think it's too long, but then you will complain about fucking WWE being too long. But it's also a very minor complaint because the worst match was only very good. So the worst match was very good, so it doesn't matter how long it is. Because in my mind, in my opinion, the worst match was still very good. Jesus. So this has been the longest Meltzer moment of the week ever. So Meltzer says, in checking Google Trends over the last month, and we're going to fuck Meltzer up here with Google Trends. Okay? So we're actually going to go back to that one. But Dave says he starts studying the business. And This guy here says wrestling is for kids. It will always be for kids. The Stone Cold era was for kids too. It was just like when kids' movies put in a sex joke for the parents that goes over the heads. I disagree with that. But anyways, Meltzer says the median age of a wrestling television viewer is just over 50. Wrestling as it stands now would die if it aimed for kids. Nothing wrong with kids, but they are the farthest thing for the target audience. And so I don't think they're the farthest thing, dude. But Dave Meltzer, look, we're going to fuck him up right here. He goes, in checking Google Trends over the last month in the U.S., WWE was 2.3 times higher than AEW. Not unexpected. Perhaps unexpected is the highest point for either company since April 27 was AEW Double or Nothing. Now watch, we're going to fuck Dave up. It was 11% higher than WWE with a much stronger base. Comparing that day with Backlash Day. So this is all that Dave proves inadvertently. That WWE's people aren't looking for illegal streams. We're going to literally prove that. We fucking own Dave here. This is incredible. Tell a friend. Okay? This is one of the greatest ownings ever. So he goes, comparing that day with Backlash Day, WWE's highest day of the past month, and 14% higher than SNME the day before. Double or Nothing Day was 2.3 times NXT head-to-head of interest on Google Analytics. So listen to what he's saying. For Google searches, Double or Nothing was 2.3 times higher than NXT. And look at why. We're going to show you why. For the month, AEW was 2.6 times that of NXT, 2.9x of TNA. UFC was 4.2x WWE and 10.5x AEW. Now, him bringing up UFC proves my point further. Because right now, there's an epidemic going on of people just illegally streaming UFC. Like, it drives Dana White fucking insane. And there's like mini docs made about how they've gouged people to the point where literally LeBron James is on the sideline during basketball games using Stream East and shit like that. Okay. So there's a pandemic going on with UFC pay-per-views as well. So Dave just only added to this point. So meanwhile, Google Trends just shows that AEW sickos are trying to illegally stream Double or Nothing. Okay. And we fucking prove this here. So look at the fucking math Dave's doing here. Where he's like, look, the trends were way higher. So first off, Saturday night's main event was way fucking higher the past 7 days than Battleground or Double or Nothing. Double or Nothing was the blue. So Dave's fucking just doesn't even know what he's talking about. But then watch this. Look at the number one rising related queries. Watch AEW Double or Nothing free. AEW Double or Nothing stream free.
Ryan.
Yes. UFC was 700 times higher. Yeah, because they're pumping out shit cards from the fucking Apex and people. It's like a huge problem with people illegally streaming UFC. AEW, they had a surge, a much stronger base of people looking it up than Saturday night's main event and fucking Battleground. Meanwhile, you look and know Saturday night's main event was way higher. And why? Because it was available on YouTube and shit. So people were typing into Google, like myself, who watched it on YouTube, Saturday night's main event. That's why it was high. People were looking up for Double or Nothing. The number one thing, watch AEW Double or Nothing free. The number 4 thing, AEW Double or Nothing stream free. Do you guys fucking see that shit? And Dave's too dumb to understand. Okay, how the internet works, how streaming works. I study the business.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
He fucking doesn't know, man. He doesn't even understand the shit he's saying. We owned him so fucking bad there. We owned him horrendously, dude. And that's fucking amazing. And great work to my friend who sent me that there. I appreciate that. So, yeah. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was an epic, a mighty, a forceful Dave Meltzer. Gotcha, Dave! Dumb moment of the week, ladies and gentlemen. You're arguing with Grok. You're arguing with fucking the analytics. You're arguing with NPC bot accounts.
Ryan.
Right? You're arguing with how the internet works, Dave. It's fucking pretty insane. We've officially broken him. He's Time Cop Terminator. And yeah,
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That was absolutely amazing. What an amazing, the most epic Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week of all time, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we have much more to get into as Tony Storm and Mercedes Moné cut a great promo battle again. These motherfuckers are going to eat this up. They cooked on the mic. And Mercedes carrying that cringe fucking Owen title too. And you know I love the pink and black attack, and I am Canadian, and I love the homage there, but fuck. Tony, darling, not even a Euro hips, not even a Euro hips,
45 days from now, we will meet again in Texas. And someone in the world that lives
Let me check in with chat, guys. Okay, so I think I'm going to set a super chat goal for the next like 2 or 3 shows starting now, maybe even. We'll add it up. And if we can get to a certain number, I'll stream the whole fucking day, Money in the Bank and the Lucha Libre show as well, AAA versus NXT. I think that's what we should do. Over on the Clips channel, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, there's like 450, or there was, sorry, like almost 350. Sorry, there's over 350 watching across X and YouTube. Please come over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. 94% of you voted that WWE is the better brand. Only 6% said AEW, and I voted on AEW on one of them. Right? So guys, we're only at 87 likes. So senior correspondent of the show, the original, the OG run-in from the Youth Gone Wild here. The originators.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
I put another poll in the chat here on the Clips channel. Are you enjoying AEW Dynamite tonight? Youth not included. Let me hear you get wild. Yeah. Oh, that was a waste of 10 minutes. I won't get back. Tony needs to hide her boo-boo face better over the next few weeks. Okay, now I can like 99.99. 90-a-nina. Ratings tanking big time. Holmes Miles is actually solid on the mic. He must practice a lot. So we do have some AEW hot news to get into. And Tony hitting her little dance, and then Monet's gonna hit her dance. And then Monet botched her dance because her boobies almost fell out, it looked like. And now they're having like a dance off. So, all right. Yeah, Tony's going to end up dropping this thing to Monet, isn't she? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's crazy they did a, overrun for that. It is time for AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. Give me an Ichi Nissan. Okay, so Will Ospreay gives honest advice to latest round of WWE releases. So let's hear the advice Ospreay has to give to these releases from WWE. He says, for example, bruv, sorry, this fucking pop-up here on WrestleZone. Super annoying. Super glitchy site, bro. Ospreay said, for example, one of the guys who just came in, Speedball McBailey, bruv. Wow, yeah, this site fucking sucks. I'm going to get off of that fucking site. Sorry, WrestleZone, you guys are glitchy as shit. But he just says he was going everywhere and putting in some of the greatest matches ever. That's what we're looking at more now instead of guys that just got let go from WWE. My heart goes out to them all, but we're looking for guys that are appreciative of this position. So what, are you saying the people who are there aren't? Bruv needs to shut the fuck up, man. The most interesting shit about him is when he talks about WWE. Moving along here. You know, AEW, man, they wanted attention. The wars have commenced, and they wanted smoke till the smoke came. Aaron Loves Wrestling says WWE claims they don't see AEW as competition, but when they book their PLEs around AEW pay-per-views, it says otherwise. WWE is low-key threatened. No, you fucking idiot. God damn it. And I hate to call you an idiot, bro, but here's the thing. AEW books their pay-per-views around WWE's. Okay? What WWE's doing is booking them on the fucking day. Right? And he said, WWE is low-key threatened by AEW. No. And he says, I love both promotions, but AEW won this weekend and beat both Saturday night's main event and Battleground. This is just like a dumb fucking thing to say. So I go, it's not low-key if they're directly counter-programming as well. So they're like, they're threatened by low-key. No, it's not low-key. They're being upfront about what the fuck they're doing, clearly. Right? And I just go, these takes are ass dog. Double or Nothing sold as many tickets as Battleground. Like, we got to stop this delusion. And that's the problem. Double or Nothing sold. And people are like, it outsold Battleground. Huh? Yeah, but like 1,000 tickets. And that's questionable. And that shouldn't be celebrated. Because if SummerSlam sold only 1,000 tickets more than fucking Fighter Fest or whatever, you guys would be laughing. And I would be laughing too. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? And that's the equivalency there. Not this bullshit y'all be babbling about. So someone just posted all this shit. Look at all these fucking receipts. Tony Khan going, a moral victory for USA is one win more than their world title challenger Jinder Mahal has had in the past 364 days because it's been literally a full year since he won a match. You really put AEW in our place getting Jinder Mahal in a big match on your TV show. Do it more often. Taking shots at Jinder. Tony Khan, WWE's like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. Tony Khan saying, an independent study has confirmed that much of the staunch anti-AEW online community aren't real individuals. It's a staff running thousands of accounts, plus an army of bots to signal boost them. Look closely. These aren't real people who'd pay for such a wildly expensive thing. Meanwhile, Tony got caught doing that. They've been caught doing that. Okay? E-drones aren't caught doing that fully. Y'all were caught doing that. Okay, with the tweets where it's verbatim the same shit. And then a bot literally tweeted out the same fucking thing. Becky Lynch responded, actually. An independent study. Oh, yeah, when Becky Lynch destroyed Tony, she tweets out, an independent study confirmed that much of the staunch anti-Becky in-arena booers aren't real individuals. It's a staff running thousands of AI. Holy fuck, man. Just owned Tony Khan. What a geek, man. Tony Khan says, this week, 2 active decades-long rating streaks from 2 great legends were ended. Taking a shot at Cena and Undertaker. With all due respect, until this week's head-to-head AEW on TBS versus WWE on USA, neither Cena nor Undertaker had ever been on a show with under 1 million total viewers, under 400K in the demo. And then again, just more shots. When the AEW wrestlers mention and insult WWE, Bryan Danielson name drops WrestleMania at Dynamite. CM Pumpkin Pie says, it is weird trying to catch up on 5+ years of wrestling. I'm doing what I can. Whatever. And then Tony Khan says, no one is safe. Sounds like a plane full of wrestlers in Saudi Arabia taking shots at WWE. I forgot about some of these. Cody Rhodes, your title reign would be worse than your neck tattoo. That's what MJF said. Right on Dynamite, years, like a year after Cody left, 2 years after he left. AEW Dynamite crushes NXT. Ran these ads during SmackDown, right? That's what Alfred Konuwa, right? AEW Dynamite trounces NXT. They put that in their commercial there from Forbes. That was Alfred who said that, right? They ran that shit during Raw or whatever. AEW Dynamite buries NXT. The bald assholes, right? Everything. All of this shit. They've poked the fucking bear forever. Now they're getting bitch slapped around. Now the sickos want to fucking cry about it. Okay? So it's never ending. It's fucking nuts. And again, they just wanted smoke till the smoke came. They wanted to talk all this shit. And then now that Triple H and Shawn Michaels are like, dude, we're not going to just ignore you like fucking, or we're going to ignore you, but we're going to do, like, they're petty as shit, bro. It's Shawn Michaels. He'll super kick a guy and throw him into a box and that says OVW. You think he's not going to, like, go as hard as he can on the paint and you motherfuckers for this? Vince would just, like, ignore TNA and just, like, not even really sell for them. WWE's like, yeah, we're going to fucking take shots. We're going to book your old guys better. And we're going to fucking utterly destroy you by booking our NXT shows head-to-head with your shit. They're threatened by them. No, they're just siphoning people away. Little by little. They're just going, hey, we're doing a show at the same time, and they don't need to do their big show at the same time. That's how you know they're not threatened. If they were threatened, they'd go, okay, SummerSlam versus All In or whatever the fuck. They're not threatened about that. That's why they're putting NXT. They're just siphoning people off. And if they can just put a dent, they're going to put a dent. And it hurts them more to have NXT doing better than AEW, than Raw and SmackDown, you know? So, yeah, just tons of people with tons of fucking terrible takes on this shit. There's a tongue twister. Tons of people with terrible takes. So Konosuke Takeshita wants to introduce his fans to his family, Yuka Sakazaki, and their dog Kenshiro. So, yeah, man, Takeshita is married to Yuka Sakazaki, who's also wrestled in AEW and shit. And he says he's about to turn 30, even though he's trying to grow up. He still has a lot of things he can accomplish. It's quicker to name 100 things he can't do than 10 things he can do. My wife, Yuka, helps me do these 100 things every day with a few faces. And instead of patting me on the back, she gives me a pat. You're always there for me. Did you send something when you saw us? Basically just a little love ode here. It was translated as well, so it doesn't translate one-to-one. But yeah, he's been secretly married to Yuka, and he unveiled it to everybody. So good for him, man. And yeah, this guy, fuck the Fed and their counter programming. Tony Khan on WWE's constant counter programming against AEW. It's pretty consistent. I'd say it's the most consistent event head-to-head scheduling of all time, or whatever he said. Those fucking pressers suck now. They're fucking so trained and so, like, dialed in beforehand. 100%. Even just Tony's confidence in answering the questions and how he's less awkward. It's because like he knows now to control those shits. They're just a work. Like they're fucking terrible. And then Tony Storm just comes out and then does her little hickory dickory dock. Oh, and then one of the wrestlers comes out and cries. But yeah, here's Tony again, his quote, "The Friday Night War, which by the way is a matter of record in fucking court in the state of California." So he's proud of the counter programming. Remember, guys. But now he's like, no counter programming. Right? So Kevin Nash believes, and shout out Sean Oliver and click this, he believes that Tony Khan is autistic.
Number one, he's autistic, man. You got to give the guy a little bit of slack. I mean, I'm serious, man. Fuck it. I had an autistic kid.
Well, I don't think that they were making fun of that so much as some of the
yeah, but who's to say
some
that
of the things he has said?
Yeah, but who? At what point of the spectrum is he on? Like,
I mean, it is a good question, dude.
I've never sat down and had a conversation with the guy.
Well, is this confirmed before we say this? Like, is this confirmed that he's on the spectrum? Or are we all right? I got to zoom in on that. So
it's like, come on, yeah, he's severely ADHD or something for sure. You know, like at least, you know.
I'm sorry. Okay, if you're gonna pick between his actions and say he's probably on the
they're doing my show now. Oh no,
spectrum, as is Elon Musk, as is 90% of the people, or he's just another billionaire crackhead. Which one would you tend?
Yeah, Tony's not on drugs. If you know drug people, he's not a drug guy. He might be on like a prescription drug like Adderall or something, but he's not like people call him crackhead and shit, but he's not that, but it's funny to say. It's not like that isn't funny, you know.
Believe.
I don't think he's a crackhead, if that's what you're asking me.
Right.
Okay, so let's see. Mick Foley and MJF had a top secret meeting for Foley's final match. So Mick Foley recently revealed on the Casual Conversations that he had a top secret meeting with MJF. He said, "I had a top secret meeting with MJF about the possibility of having one last match with him. He laid out like 6 really solid weeks of storytelling." Foley shared while he praised MJF's creative vision, calling his ideas good and noting they could have been a really good 6-week program. Foley admitted the match doesn't currently look likely to happen. No shit. Deathmatch guys from Deathmatch guys to MJF to Karrion Kross, like in WWE. He's so good and such a great pro that he would have lifted my game on the microphone, and we could have probably found a way to work around my weaknesses in the ring. Even if it wasn't a great match, I bet you we could have convinced a lot of people it was a great match. Yeah, for sure. I just don't want to see you like get hit in the head more and stuff, Foley, you know, dude. So SRS, and he caught shit from Eddie Kingston for this. So Sean Ross Sapp is like, Hangman and Will Ospreay both pushed for each other to win the AEW Double or Nothing main event in the week leading up to the event. Fightful Select has learned. Full story behind the match is now for subscribers. And then JD said, sounds like neither of them should be world champion then. Imagine heading into the biggest match of both of their careers, and neither of these guys wanted enough. It's okay if it goes to someone else. Just give it back to MJF and call it a day. Oh, I agree with this. It's like, man, fuck these guys then. They both don't want to take the ball and run with it. And so it just proves also that Tony Khan had no fucking plan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Tony Khan has had no fucking plan this whole time for who's going to dethrone Mox, the end game to this story, or let's say he says, there has been a plan. Then it likely means Mox was going to beat whichever one of these guys, is fucking going, or it's been Ospreay, so Hangman's going to lose. So it kind of just spoils it either way. It's shitty. And it's all good, though. Like, you got to put it on either Ospreay or Hangman or, like, Darby, like an AEW original. I'm all good with that. But basically, it was Stooge to Sap here that Hangman and Ospreay both pushed for each other to win. It's like, man, put it on Joe or MJF then. Like, they at least want the ball and will run with it. Like, fuck you guys. You don't even, oh, we're ushering in a new era, bruv. Restore the feeling. Be about it. Put your money where your fucking mouth is. I'm the greatest wrestler, bruv. I wrestle circles around WWE. We'll go prove us. No, I'm a sign over here, bruv, where it's easy to do what I do, and I'll get rewarded for doing this shit. No one will check me, and we can't really prove how great I am. Oh, yeah, I'm the great. I restore the best in the world. Okay, we'll be our world champion. Oh, no, bruv. I'm not really about AEW like that, bruv. What the fuck? You guys know what I'm saying? Like, yo, these guys aren't about it, you know? And that's just honestly what it is. We love the sport of professional wrestling, so I'm going to go over here where I wrestle way west, bruv. Way less times, bruv. But I just fall down on me head more. You know? Like, who wants it, bro? Who really wants it? Go tell someone in WWE, hey, you got, and that, like, you be world champion. And then Mox pushed for Hangman. That's why it's Hangman, by the way, because they've worked together a bunch. And so Sean Ross Sapp got this news, right? And I wonder from where, you know? But Eddie Kingston took a screen grab of it and fucking posted on his Instagram, like, we know who told you this, who the leaker is, bitch. Or whatever. So he's mad at Sappy. They know who the leaker is. A mole. It's probably Will Washington or some shit. No, like, he fucking worked for Fightful. I mean, pretty fucking obvious there. But yeah, Eddie Kingston's all pissed about it, and they have someone leaking. And notice too, when it comes to WWE, they have nothing unless it's made public already, or unless Phil Marks says it first, and none of these fuckers will ever admit that shit. Okay, but it's not. They just have public fucking info that anyone can look up with WWE. With AEW now, they still have talkers. With TNA, they still got people talking. Speaking of people talking, apparently, according to Brian Alvarez, okay, so we got some Brian here. People in AEW believe the pay-per-views, including Double or Nothing, are too long. So when I say this shit for years, your sicko commander believes the same thing. Brian Alvarez here saying the same shit, you fucking sickos. And the wrestlers, when I tell these dumb fucks on X, hey, you know the wrestlers you think you support, they fucking disagree with you. Okay? For the most part, the vocal fucking idiots who kiss the boots, kiss the fucking ring, and are super vocal to keep Tony happy, and the dirt sheets writing good shit about them. Yes, they, of course, are on your side. They're fucking sickos, just like you. They're on Twitter all the time, okay? You know the ones I'm talking about. But the wrestlers backstage, they don't fucking agree with some of you sickos, man. And less can be more, okay? They don't agree with you, Dave. They make better time of wrestling. I don't think the wrestlers agree with that. They make better time of wrestling. There's no debating that, but the shows are too long because it's overstuffed with wrestling, you dumb fuck. So they don't make the better time of the wrestling then because we're saying the shows are too long. Fuck, man. It's just so ridiculous how stupid Dave is. But anyways, Brian says, yesterday I spent the whole day talking to all sorts of people in AEW. I will say with one exception, because if I say everybody, then you know. But it was actually everybody. Every single person was like, these shows are too long. We all know it. They should end before midnight on the East Coast. Every single person in the company they talked to, except Tony, because I didn't talk to him. Because Tony doesn't talk to Brian. He talks to Dave. And that's a shoot, I'm telling you. Because, of course, he doesn't think they're too long. Exactly. Every single person there. So Brian's saying I talked to everyone there. I talked to fucking, I'm assuming, wrestlers, camera people. Like, you know, I talked to everyone, producers, all sorts of people is what he's saying. And Tony is just there. Another amazing show. This is great. It's amazing. Another tremendous success. And Dave's like, yeah. And even fucking Brian is like, these shows are too long. Everyone in AEW agrees these shows are too long. Hey, chat. I've been saying forever these shows are too long. Hey, chat. AEW people agree that fucking Brian's not lying here. They agree that these shows are too fucking long. Okay, this is what everyone's been saying forever. And then the sickos are like, just don't watch the pre-show. That's what some of these sickos were saying. Just don't watch the pre-show. Skip those matches. Just watch. So don't watch AEW. You guys are that demented now. You're literally telling each other, don't watch AEW so you can enjoy more of the pay-per-view of AEW. Craziness, man. And they're just destroying themselves, and they hurt AEW more because they're trying to defend this. And even Dave's like, well, they use the wrestling time better. That's a fact. You can't argue it. And then he goes on to argue it himself. Well, the show was too long. It was overstuffed with wrestling, Brian. So again, these people are fucking idiots, hypocrites. They don't keep the same energy, and they attract people of the same ilk. You know what I mean? So here's proof from Anjo PW that Tony Khan has no idea what the fuck he's doing. So we are going to share this tab. Okay. And Tony Khan has no idea what he's doing.
Booker, honestly, of all time. Let me explain. If you guys are unaware, Fightful Select just dropped a report that Hangman Page and Will Ospreay found out about the decision of who was going to win at Double or Nothing very last minute. Now, essentially, it's been reported that Hangman Page and Will Ospreay pushed for each other to win. And then Tony Khan was said to be non-committed until earlier in the weekend. Apparently, Jon Moxley also pushed for Hangman Page to win, but there is no clear indicator as to whether or not that was the reason why we got Hangman to win. Now, with that being said, this obviously caused a lot of shock. Now, how does Tony Khan have a tournament for months and not know who the winner is going to be? Better yet, how does Tony Khan have a storyline where his company is being taken over by the Death Riders and you have no clear-cut plan as to who will save your company from this storyline? So now we're going into All In with a company who doesn't have a long-term plan or a long-term vision. Yet, apparently, I'm the bad guy when I say that AEW lacks long-term storytelling. And the reason why I say that is because there are a lot of flaws and holes and gaps within their
Yeah, and there's like rules of fucking storytelling, man.
ability to tell these kinds of stories. If Tony Khan couldn't make a decision until last minute, that tells you he didn't know what the plan was the entire time. That's a problem. Tony Khan might be the dumbest.
Like, you see this shit all the time, man. You see, or people will be like, yeah, this is the story's this. Well, they fought before. So, like, well, Ricochet and Mark Briscoe have been cutting promos on each other. So it's a stretcher match. You guys don't watch the show. No. Doesn't mean it results in a fucking stretcher match, you know? This is what I talked about earlier, too. Dave's like, by definition, swerving isn't good booking. It's like, what the fuck, Dave? What do you know about storytelling? You can't even make up good lies for your fucking shitty dirt rag newspaper. What do you know about it? Like, it just drives me insane, right? Like, you see this, man. There's this dude. It happened recently in the comic world. It's happened as well, where this dude, like, fucking, he just pumped out these shitty comics, and people are calling it out, and they're critiquing him, and they're like, well, bro, like, this is a detective story, but you're not doing this and this. And he's like, it's not a detective story. He says in the book, he's not a detective. And it's like, are you fucking dumb? Like, that's not what the detective story is not about cops. You know, it's like in AEW. It's like, are you fucking dumb? Like, just because this happened, a thing happened, doesn't mean it's valid or legit, you know? Same thing with the Bronson Cobb thing. I'm not going to get over that because it's like, no, even though they explained it on the show, even though they just addressed, well, Bronson beat up Seth a bunch, that doesn't mean it's good. You know, just because they addressed that, it doesn't mean... Right? Like, it just ruins all the shit I was invested in before. It's like the sequel ruining the prequel, for fuck's sakes. You know? And it's just people don't understand these things about storytelling that I love and that lots of people love and enjoy in television in general. Like, you're doing TV. If this wasn't TV, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd be like, no, dude, they show up and they throw down and tell the story in the ring. Yeah, that's what you do on indies. So it's just like, I love that Anjo. He articulated that well and brings it to light. And exactly, you're called a bad guy when you're like, wait a minute, have any of you like written anything? Like, what the fuck? Like, even just for fun? The fuck are you doing? Like, but on October 26th, 2025, Jon Moxley will have officially spent more time in AEW than WWE. That's actually a crazy stat. It's like how Kurt Angle was in TNA longer than he was in WWE. And you think about it, you're like, holy shit, man, that's true. And yeah, it's the same with Dean Ambrose. Like, he's going to be in AEW longer than he was ever even in WWE already. And it's like, time just fucking flies, man. I watch you and Anjo pretty regularly. Yeah, dude, we have a lot of crossover. And so we followed each other on socials here. So I sent him a DM and maybe we can link up and do some crossover shit. I would love that. So Heel Uzi posts Tony. I think we watched that. So 6 years ago today, in a segment called "The Electric Chair," Sami Zayn mentioned AEW by name on their programming. Let's take a quick listen.
You could ask me anything. You could have asked me about AEW. Hey, Sami. Hey, so listen. I know you mentioned the Universal Champion. You mentioned frankly. You could ask.
That was funny when they were doing the electric chair. And so I tweeted out, they would have never done this if they were ever worried about AEW. This actually helped AEW, which WWE did for no reason. That's what drives me nuts, is this revisionist history where people pretend that being mentioned multiple times by WWE didn't help AEW early on. Vince was trying to prop up his competition so he could try and squash it later. 100%. And that's what it is. Like, he just tried to prop them up so he could fucking kill them. He just loves power, you know? We know that for a fact. So Earl Hebner versus Aubrey Edwards, right? So Earl Hebner had this to say about Aubrey Edwards. When asked about today's crop of officials in WWE and AEW, Hebner made it clear he respects Edwards' in-ring work, but couldn't resist tossing in an old-school type jab along the way. He says, Aubrey, she thinks she's a big superstar, but she's a good ref. I'll give her credit for that. Hebner then referenced a recent AEW angle that saw Edwards involved in a spot with a guitar shot. That's when he joked about the aftermath of the segment. Hebner says, but last time I was at the AEW show, I asked the upper office, like, I forgot his name now. But anyway, I go, why'd y'all hit her in the head with the guitar? It just makes her damn head bigger than what it is, you know? Come on, man. So he's not trying to offend her, but he thinks she's got a big head, and it shows. Everybody knows that. So Britt Baker, her AEW contract status has been revealed to an extent. So again, Sean Ross Sapp claims let me just see here on Ringside News. Yeah, so Sean Ross Sapp says that Britt Baker's deal was supposed to be up in the fall of 2026, but there's likely to be injury time added onto that as well. So she'll be locked up again into 2027. I mean, I've been saying 2025 and 2027 is going to be crazy years, you know. 2026 might chill a bit unless some people get frozen. I just think the next few years we'll see a lot of people sort of ping-ponged around, but yeah, I don't know if Britt Baker would be welcomed into WWE, like, by the fans and shit, you know. Moving along here. So AEW morale is way up following Double or Nothing 2025. So according to everybody backstage, they're all saying the fucking show's too long, but the morale's way up. But these shows are so long, but the morale's high. What the fuck? You know? What happened? So fans were leaving because it was so late, and people were leaving the main event. Like, look, you can see what happened. That's the same side of the building, I believe. Like, you can see on this side, closest to, I guess, the screen you're viewing from, it's like packed. And then later, that's the same side, but from the other angle. And it's like fucking super empty. And you got to think people were just leaving. And that's just because the shows are too long, man. Everybody agrees on that. And that's shitty to do to your wrestlers and your fans. And as it was pointed out as well, because I kept saying, like, dude, running these bigger buildings and people have to go in a vapid empty building. Like, yeah, there's less lines and shit for the bathroom, but, you know, you're paying you're paying like for the ticket, and then you're paying for like a pass for parking, which costs more than the ticket, right? And then you're paying you're being super overcharged for fucking beers and hot dogs and whatever you're getting there, you know? So you're in one of these big buildings. So it's just not good fan service as much as, I mean, I guess you could say, oh, there's no lines and shit, but okay. But the frat house is taking on Rhinogram. So Rhino's in Ring of Honor teaming up with Hologram, I guess. So that's cool. Good for him. So Tony Khan says it's been the most consistent event scheduling head-to-head I've ever seen since Jim Crockett Promotions saw a lot of event scheduling that went that way, and I can tell you, this will go a lot differently than that did. So Tony's confident, like they're going to fight back and start defeating WWE or something, you know? This will go differently than it did. We're not going out of business because he has infinite pockets. Right? So Mariah May posts this video, and this person says, Mariah being given a lesser hotel room in Chicago compared to other AEW members. And Mariah May goes, what's new? So what the fuck? Doesn't like her position. She's getting a shitty hotel room in AEW, and she's like, what's new?
So I'm coming to you from Chicago. I checked the view, but like, there's not really anything to write home about. I got really screwed over with the rooms. Everybody came in my room and was like, oh. I'm like, what do you mean? Oh. So I feel like everyone else has like a gorgeous view of the skyline. I'm not. So I'm coming to you from Chicago.
Yeah, so she got stiffed on some shitty room, and she's like, what's new? So she's joking around, I suppose, but AEW's out here comping floor seats, according to Awful Wrestling, and you can see it on the ticket admission. It's a comp, floor seats. So we know that all of these attendances are like super overly padded, and so is All in Texas. So realistically, Raws have outdrawn the shit, you know? But yeah, Eddie Kingston says, people know who leaked it, you fucking jerk off, about who leaked to SAP. And yeah, dirt sheets are cooked. I've talked about it ad nauseum, but this year they're fucking cooked. And yeah, man, you cater to these fucking dirt sheet geeks and they just leak your shit. Like, they don't care about AEW. They just all want to be like, I have the news first. Listen to me for the news. We know I text MJF. He comes on my stream, so don't aggregate. It's cringe, man. So Tony Khan had this to say about Scorpio Sky. The biggest non-answer ever. He's like, I like Scorpio Sky. It's interesting. Scorpio Sky's name came up recently. You mentioned he was looking to come back, and I had talks with Scorpio Sky about different ideas and things we could do. In greater detail, Scorpio Sky's somebody who's been here from day one and who I have a lot of respect for. I really like, and he said that, and I actually had talked to Scorpio Sky about doing something, and we ended up going with something different, in a different direction. It's kind of a long story, but it would make a lot of sense in a context. But maybe now it's not the time. I had an idea for Sky that I think was a good idea, and we talked about it, and I think it didn't work out for reasons between us, but also it's totally a legit thing, and I'm fine with it, and I would like to use it for a different idea when the time is right. So you had an idea for him. He said this is a bad idea. So you go, okay, I have no more ideas. You just got to be benched until I come up with another idea. But I have no ideas. Tony's fucking ass, dog. We got to be honest. How's that even an answer? And then Deonna Purrazzo also has something to say. So LaRon Ford says, are you pulling up to Dynamite tonight? And then Deonna Purrazzo says, during picture-in-picture, probably. So take that as you will. Take that as you may. But her and Mariah May have something to say about maybe how they're being used. And Thekla just debuted tonight, so Mariah May, where's her spot go? Mariah May ain't coming back. But Jim Ross will undergo cancer surgery tomorrow. No plans to retire. And he says, it's crazy to say, King, but I don't plan on retiring, by God, until I'm broken in half. So and his surgery is successful. So he says, happy to say that today's cancer surgery was a success. Now we begin to rehabilitate. Fuck yeah, the GOAT, dude. And Metro Boomin quote tweeted and posted about Jim Ross and was like, get better, GOAT. So he's amazing. So far, the AEW Double or Nothing pay-per-view has peaked with 6,600 views on YouTube during the Anarchy in the Arena match, which indicates that's roughly how many buys they received for the show on the platform. So if you're in the chat at this point, if you're in the chat during the pay-per-view, during Anarchy in the Arena, and you're participating in the YouTube chat, it's likely that's how many people bought it through the YouTube fucking app, you know, because they're taught, otherwise you're just staring at a screen and I don't even know if you can participate in chat. And then this asshole is like, what's the point of this post? Do you forget they are on Amazon Prime, pay-per-view, cable, and satellite outlets? And then Switchblade says, to show how many viewers they had watching the YouTube stream of the pay-per-view. YouTube is by far the biggest streaming platform out there, so it's good data to have to know how many buys they likely did on the #1 streaming platform. Right? So these idiots, these sickos don't know this. They're brainwashed to think 30% on Max, 30% on Amazon, 30% in our polls, Brian. So Chris Spade says YouTube is the top streaming platform for free content, but is not known for pay-per-views. So again, just sickos talking out of their assholes. It's not the top streaming service for paid TV services. There's only 125 million people who have that compared to Prime 205 million. This is how stupid people are. More people just listen to audio on YouTube than Spotify and Apple and SoundCloud and all that shit combined. Now imagine how many people watch YouTube compared to that, compared to Netflix. Holy fuck, man. And so, yeah, just Nielsen, just their YouTube is 12.4%. They're literally the leader. They're literally the fucking leader in this shit. So Switchblade's like, from Nielsen, what is the top streaming service among paid TV services? Are you telling me Prime is known for pay-per-view? No. What major pay-per-views have aired on Prime? You think more people bought the AEW pay-per-view on Fubo or payperview.com? Exactly. These fucking idiots, man. It's just insane. And then so many people were like, is it not on Triller? And then Dave's putting out fucking tweets. So Elena Black, FKA Cora Jade, says, I want to wrestle Deonna Purrazzo. And Deonna Purrazzo says, tell me when and where. So, the ladies are disgruntled in the back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. And we have WWE news to get to, folks. My word. Let me check in with chat. I love chat so much. Okay, so chat, what should the fucking super chat goal be? We'll do it next show and the one after. If we hit the goal, I'll stream the whole fucking day, Lucha and Money in the Bank. But you guys know I'll be on for Money in the Bank regardless. And before we wrap up AEW news entirely, I do want to show you guys this botch from Dynamite, actually. So if we take a look over here, here's Adam Cole almost being completely smashed to oblivion on his neck.
And now Fletcher. Oh, God.
Literally powerbombed on his fucking neck. Look at this. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that? That's what Adam Cole's doing.
Come on now, Eric.
The wrestling's better. You just can't argue that.
Are you sure about that?
Look at that shit. I feel so bad for Adam Cole, baby. Jesus Christ, man. And this is a guy who suffered from concussions, who almost never came back, who's been so fragile that he's been dizzy and fallen down and passed out and may never compete again already. And look at what Fletcher just did to this guy. For what? You just had your pay-per-view. Why would you do this on your show?
Fletcher.
That's just incredibly sloppy fucking shop. And I really can't even believe that. That's embarrassing, man. Okay, and that was unfortunately AEW news.
I smashed your knee to obliterate.
That's really scary, and that's fucked up, man. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says, won our dodgeball game, and I'm not injured. Success. Well, fuck. Fuck, dude. Adam Cole. Can't say the same for Adam Cole, dude. Shit, man. I'm glad you're okay. Glad you're back, too, Lincoln, my guy. You what? NXT was slapping last night. Yes, it absolutely was. Let's quickly We're going to have to talk about it. As well as Raw. We're going to have to talk about. And yeah, so full-blown review shows too with the new PWT schedule, which I'll lay out again at the end of the show for you guys. Those will be on podcasts a lot more frequently too. This is going to be, I'm so pumped for this next month. But NXT was, I just wanted to check in with chat first though. NXT was so good. HBK went full TK. NXT was great. NXT was slapping. That Jordan Grace level botch. Please don't hit the Jericho Skid Row soundbite. My ears bleed every time. I already did, buddy. Maybe I could do it 2 times. Oh, Safest Wrestling Company, man. Those performers are fighting for their lives. That could have killed them. Yeah, it's just terrible. Okay, so we will head over to Bleacher Report for WWE Raw live grades. Quick reviews of both of these shows, and we will hit a bell for these reviews. Bell rings, quick review. So we saw Big Bronson Reed come out with Seth, I believe. Seth Rollins kicks off Raw. Yeah, he comes out with Breaker, Heyman. They explain, oh, well, Braun beat him down and was beat him so badly. He was in there with Roman, and this guy beat him so badly that he was like, he needs to be on my team and blah, blah, blah. But this just doesn't work because Bronson fucking hated Heyman's bloodline too, and there's a whole relationship there that we didn't get a payoff for and everything. Like, yeah, solid fucking promo and everything, it's all good work from everybody. Crowd was really into it. They're chanting fuck you Rollins, but like it should be Cobb, and they should be explaining like Rollins had to go and get outside help who wasn't corrupted by the influence of Punk or the bloodline. And Breaker fits that description because he's NXT 2.0, and he got out of there sort of right as Ava took over and right when Punk came back. And Braun hates Jey Uso. He hates Sami Uso. Like, I don't know, man. Cobb and Braun, I think, would have been way better doing cool athletic shit. Now it's Bronson Reed's destructive nature looking cooler than Braun Breaker's destructive nature and shit too. I just think the pairing's off. Either way, it's all good, but they have a good, strong team of badasses. The faction's cool, but storyline wise, it's hard for me to get over that part. I think they fucked that up. But Money in the Bank qualifier, Penta versus Dragon Lee versus Chad Gable. Now, this match was a fucking slop shop botch fest. I don't care what anybody says. Like, yes, this shit cooked. I was popping. I was screaming. I was yelling and shit. But like Dragon Lee goddamn near destroyed himself, deleted himself. Maybe not a botch fest, but there was just some scary, sloppy shit in this match. And it was what it was, but Penta pulled off the win, and that's who I want to see in Money in the Bank. But then again, lame-ass Rollins is just like in the Money in the Bank match. So he does all this shit and like clears out Punk and Reigns just to maybe win Money in the Bank and then maybe win the title if he maybe cashes in successfully. This Rollins shit is fucking up. You know what I mean? Like the whole point of beating Roman and Punk and the whole Heyman turn is you skip the line now. Like now you're next up, bro. It's not like, oh, I gotta be in Money in the Bank and fucking like you're skipping all that by putting together this destructive team and shit. I feel like so it just. I don't know, man. He's just in the Money in the Bank ladder match. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, it is what it is. The match was cool. It was crazy. I was popping, but like there was one point where like Penta dropped Gable like on his face and neck, kind of, and luckily Gable rolled out of it. Good. And people said that about Julia too, and they're like, no, man, Julia tucked her neck. You've never seen a Michinoku driver. I promise you I watched Jordan Grace wrestle more than the average bear. Okay, I'm a big fucking TNA fan, but the problem is that it doesn't matter if she last minute. It shouldn't be like last second, or like it can be that, but she also dropped her on her head before. So when it's that close again, it's like, whoa. And she botches a dive to the outside. We got to tighten it up. Okay? It's not like my criticism's not valid of when you almost, okay, she didn't, but she almost fucking did. So anyways, though, Liv Morgan's back. She gets mad at fucking Roxanne with the nuggies for Dom. Liv actually blames Raquel. She's like, Raquel, you should have been fucking keeping your eyes on things and known better. And Finn, his face, he just loved it. He fucking loved the drama. Rusev beat the shit out of Akira. Tozawa, Sheamus comes out and is like, me and you next, which I love that. The Boo Day come out. They're in a 3-way tag match for their titles. And the fucking Creed brothers get pinned by fucking New Day. You guys know what I'm saying? So all of this where everyone's like, oh, they're literally, the Creeds are winning right now, bro. And I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't mean shit. They have to at least go to SmackDown. Boom. They just fucking lost again and got pinned. So they're nothing now. The Creeds are nothing. I don't ever want to see them in a tag title match ever again. Okay? Period. Now, mind you, this Raw is like a good show. I'm not like hating on this match or anything. I'm not hating on Boo Day or even the Creeds, but no, they're not serious anymore. Okay? Not till they go to SmackDown and rebuild. Jey Uso is going to address his Money in the Bank match with Cody Rhodes, Cena and Logan Paul. Gunther interrupts, and then we get more of like Uso and Gunther going back and forth. And Gunther wants his title back, so okay. Kairi Sane took on Liv Morgan, which again, Kairi's looking amazing. She got the win on Morgan. And again, it's just more like dissension with Roxanne, and I love Roxanne in the fucking Judgment Day. I love that shit. Lyra Valkyria cut a promo, just more promo work. Becky does her thing. Hello again, friend of a friend. Oh, yeah, we got Sami and Jey Uso. They met up, they talked, they did their little high five shit. I could see Sami pulling some slime ball shit. WWE Raw got punked. Also, we had Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura on the show. They have Netflix specials and like a Netflix show that's coming out, and they're fucking cringe lords. And yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the crossovers they've been doing there. I just got to be perfectly honest. WWE Raw got punked. CM Punk's music played, and yeah, Rollins beat Balor and Zayn for the Money in the Bank. And yeah, so that was Raw. That was a quick Raw review. It was pretty good. You know, it was what it was. But what really stole the show this week was NXT. And we're really starting to see the war commence, TNA versus NXT. And again, I've enjoyed chronicling this so much. Because I'm such a fan, and I love that, you know, we're seeing this, and hopefully we get this Invasion book properly. And so far it's been so fun. It's been such a highlight. And TNA, clearly, I think they're working towards, like, we could see on the CW even at first I was like, I don't know. I think like CW would just say, well, we'll just go with more NXT because it's proven. But with Shawn Michaels holding the belt and Trick's got the belt, and it very much feels like they're lobbying to get TNA a TV deal. Now, is it to block AEW from getting other shows? I don't know about any of that, man. Like, where's Shockwave? Where's Tony Khan lets us do whatever we want, man? We're going to be on Fox. Where's all that shit? It doesn't fucking exist. So I don't know if it's like particularly, but that's also one thing that you could add to it that's a positive. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's obviously one thing you could say, well, yeah, it helps them in that regard. And I'm sure Shawn Michaels has that on his mind. Trouble on my mind. I got trouble on my mind. So here we go, though. NXT kicks off, North American title, Ricky Saints versus Ethan Page. Ethan Page hit the twisted smile or the twisted ego or whatever on a chair, and he hit it on Ricky Saints again, pinned him, won the fucking North American title. Solid match for sure. Ego's your champ again. I could see Ricky Saints getting called up, but I could also just see Ricky Saints going to NXT title level and being the one to finally beat Oba, and then maybe feuding with Jasper Troy because they clearly see something big in that guy. And Oba could get called up sooner than later. But I don't think they're in a rush to move too many guys up to the main roster too quickly. But women, you're seeing more and more, which we'll get to. And I told you guys, like, Phil, don't fucking miss. I told you guys what? They're going to fast track Julia. They're going to fast track Steph. And even the confusing booking where I'm like, oh, why did they do this with Cora and Julia and blah? It all was because of the fast tracking / releases that were incoming. So, yeah, I believe. And then also there's rumors that Jordan Grace is also getting called up right away. Go for it. Go for it. Let's go for it. Go for it. Shout out Corey Feldman. But there's a deep cut. Corey's Angels. No? Anyone? But yeah, I just love if Stephanie's getting fast-tracked. I'm okay if Jordan stays in NXT or if she gets fast-tracked. I don't really care. I think a program between Zarya and Jordan would fucking cook in NXT, though. But anyways, Ethan Page wins. So shout him out. Mike Santana from TNA took on Tavion Heights. And on the show I did with Sanal, Wrestling Chat, at wrestling_chat or Sanal's Life on YouTube. And I encourage you all to check that out and check out her channel because she talks about just New Japan and she has like over 3K subs. I mean, to get over 3K subs just talking about New Japan, that's pretty fucking impressive. And so my pal Sanal and I accidentally said Tavion Heights was Damon Kemp when we were talking, but we meant to say, I think Damon Kemp might have got released, but we meant to say Tavion Heights there and someone corrected us in the comments. So thank you for that. And yeah, that match was solid, and Mike Santana's super over. I mean, that guy's your future TNA world champion right there. He's super over, and I'm so glad he's working in WWE. And he tweeted out that his daughter told him, Daddy, you'll be wrestling in WWE like this year. And look, it happened. He had his first NXT match and shit. So pretty crazy. Good for him. Trick Williams took on Joe Hendry before, and he won the TNA world title. And Trick comes out and he says, yo, it's Trick NA. And it's just crazy that Trick is your TNA world champion. And it's, Mike Santana wants a piece and he's going behind enemy territory. And this is how you drum up the interest, man. And this is now where the war begins. And I love it. And TNA Director of Authority Santino Marella appeared and told Williams he already had his first title defense set up against Santana. Okay. And then we had Tatum Paxley versus Jada Parker. They're both amazing. Tatum's losing her mind. Jada's getting more over. Jasper Troy squashed Dante Chen. So good shit, pal. Jasper Troy, they're smashing him over everyone's heads. They're going to push him quick. And then Vacker versus JC Jane. Now, again, they released Gigi. And I was like, how the fuck is JC Jane still around, right? And you knew that when they did the split up with Toxic Attraction and then they had JC be the one to kick fucking Gigi's head through the door, you knew how Shawn Michaels viewed them, right? You knew for sure how they were booking them. Sorry, just looking at a message I received. Here we go. But yeah, they're high on the dude. Oh, sorry. They're high on JC Jane. Sorry, I got distracted here. Okay, answering a text. So they were higher on JC Jane than Gigi Dolan. Gigi gets released, and then of course you have JC Jane now in this match. Shockingly, wins the fucking title from Stephanie. Fatal Influence was teasing like a breakup, but they were just tricking everybody in order to get the title. Henley had her time, and then JC Jane got it. And this is a great move, honestly, because it shocked everyone. Even Mark Nash was like, what the fuck? The ring announcer. I think that's his name, sorry. Or not Mark Nash, the guy who got demoted. Well, it's not a demotion to go to NXT. Let's not say that. But either way, the crowd was stunned. I was screaming. I was like, oh my fucking God. And everyone sold it so well. And with Vaquer, she can just go up to Raw, maybe get a rematch, put JC over again, or maybe not, maybe have like one more match in the crossover stuff. But I told you all, they removed the NXT versus AAA for a reason. It's just mostly like people on the main roster. And I told y'all, hey, Stephanie, if she gets fast tracked, like I've been saying it for a long time, but recently, before my show, before the title change, I was like, hey, but if Stephanie's up there sooner than later, they're removing that NXT for a reason. Boom, she dropped the belt. I didn't expect it already, but she fucking dropped it, man. And that's what I'm talking about. They did that because mostly it's just main roster people, and Stephanie's on that list. I've been telling you guys this, okay? So everyone's always playing catch up. You got it right here. Stay locked in. Anyways, she's looking fine as fucking wine here, okay? My wife was commenting on that Stephanie Vaquer booty. Just hey, thirst cast. All I'm saying, it was my wife. She's a girl. She's allowed to, right? Last night, she was like, "Damn, this is like a girl's got a booty." I'm like, "Yeah, dude." And so, yeah, the future's so bright for this lady. For JC Jane, I don't want to call her transitional, but she can just drop it to really Jordan Grace or anybody's. Who do they have coming up the pipeline? You have so many women, so. Meanwhile, we have Zelina Vega's like your champ and not trashing Zelina, but like Vaquer is US champ. Hello, that's way better, right? So that was my NXT review, ladies and gentlemen. We still have news. We're gonna do news. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, it's been a long one. But yeah, I appreciate you fools. Wolverine DX for 10 says, remember CM Punk promo to Seth about him breaking Bronson Reed's foot? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Also fit with Bronson wanting higher profile match in kayfabe. Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. CM Punk's promo to Seth about him breaking Bronson Reed's foot. No. But here's the problem, right? Bronson Reed broke his own feet. And so he doesn't have to align with Rollins to get back at Punk, though. Like, he could just do that on his own accord. And for instance, we know Reed will do that because he went destructive mode on everybody. There was one point where he was laying out multiple people and tsunamiing them in the ring. Right? So him tsunamiing for the bloodline. He tsunamied off of that cage for the bloodline, for Jacob, for Solo. Why wouldn't he show up and be like, yo, Jacob, I broke my feet. I joined the Floodline. I helped you guys win. And you're really going to turn your back on Solo? Why wouldn't that be the fucking story? And then Jacob's like, but you're not even family, bro. You came into that shit just like Punk on that side. You weren't even fucking family, whatever. Right? And then Cobb on the other side could just be being smashed over by Heyman. He's represented Guam and this is a mercenary. And that fits in with Cobb's kayfabe too. Right. So the problem is that Bronson, kayfabe wise, works on either end and he works better on the other side. But he doesn't really work with the Seth thing. I'm sorry. He attacked Seth for like a fucking year. He established, I fucking am with the Floodline. I hate Seth. You know what I mean? Like, this whole thing was so long and we never got a payoff to it. And then out of nowhere, Cobb shows up instead of like in a suit with a chain and glasses and looking like a star. He shows up in black shirt and some pants, and everyone's like, who's this guy? Whereas if Bronson showed up wearing that shit, we're like, oh, it's Bronson. He's with the Floodline still. I just feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'll debate this one till I'm blue in the fucking face. But thank you. And Bronson also with the higher profile match, he would get it. It'd be a U.S. title match against Jacob. Immovable object versus unstoppable force. Now we have to establish that Jacob is an unstoppable force too. So we have fucking 4 unstoppable forces now, right? Hell nah. It was Reed was destroying all the shit, and then he got hurt. So then they had Jacob destroying all the shit every week. So now you have the fucking destroyers destroy all the shit over Solo, over who's more loyal to Solo and the U.S. title, because Solo's fucking brought Bronson into the Floodline to take out Heyman and these guys. Right? And I get if it's like, okay, Seth took out the bloodline, so I guess maybe Bronson would be like, yeah, that's sweet, but he's less aligned with Heyman and more aligned with Solo and shit. I don't know, dude. I just don't think it's I just think it would have made more sense for Cobb to be like, Seth had to look outside of the WWE. Everybody's influenced by the bloodline or friends with them. Punk's there influencing people in NXT in the back. This cancer in the back. Seth had to go elsewhere to find someone who could fucking whatever. You know? Because we're already wondering, like, why is Reed in that family? Now we got to wonder why Cobb is too. Fucking explain one, dude. Anyways, let's move along here. So WWE is reportedly planning more head-to-head shows with AEW this year. We knew that. They botched, though, from Lucha Blog. WWE listed that Gable versus El Hijo del Vikingo match on Worlds Collide is for the Mega Championship, giving away the finish of Vikingo Alberto. So I called it. I fucking told y'all. I had motherfuckers literally saying, no, dude, he's going to hold till Triple Mania. And I was just like, I don't think so, dude. They're fucking pulling their weight right now. It's a gamble, but they're stacking a lot of chips on Vikingo. Goldberg, so listen to this dumb shit from WrestleOps. They tweet out, Goldberg says his dream was to have his retirement match in Israel for some reason. And Goldberg's like, truth be told, my dream was to have my retirement match in Israel. But quite obviously, because of the surroundings right now, over the past 5 years, it just hasn't been the right place to do it. Goldberg's Jewish for some reason. Holy shit. It would be remiss if I didn't tell you that I was sorely disappointed that I couldn't do something in Israel. But hey, man, retired doesn't mean dead by any stretch. So at Triple Mania Regia, they added Octagon Jr., Laredo Kid, who also appeared on NXT, and La Parca, who are taking on Abismo Negro, Taurus El Sorpresa, and a mystery guy or some shit. So make sure you guys check that out. I'm going to check it out just to see Del Rio versus Vikingo. At Worlds Collide, we also have Laredo Kid versus Javon Evans versus Ray Phoenix versus Ethan Page, all ego. We have representation from Canada, America, and Mexico for the North American title. All that's missing is fucking Greenland or whatever. No, I'm joking, but that's amazing. I can't wait for that. Alistair Black says the WWE Locker Room is unlike any locker room he's ever been in. He says, I was in that system for 8 years, and it is completely different than anything else. Nothing is like WWE, no locker room I've ever been in, and it just felt like this is what it's supposed to be for me, you know? I was really excited to be back, of course, and like I said initially, it's a little bit anxiety-driven, but then once you walk around and you get a feel of everything, you'll say to yourself, what a wonderful world. No, hey, man, you know all these people, you know all this, and everybody's just going around doing what they always do, and everything is just right. It works. Everything runs so smoothly. Yeah, way better than being backstage in AEW, I guarantee. So Triple H was on TNT, and he was at the Knicks-Pacers game, and Halliburton and everybody was marking out. It's a Spike Lee joint, dude. Shout out the Knicks. Everyone's all into that. So NXT, the Great American Bash, will run head-to-head with All In Texas. So, guys, that'll be an uber mega stream I can't wait for. And, yeah, Atlanta will host Saturday night's main event on July 12th, Evolution on July 13th. So that's going to be a crazy weekend for us. And, yeah, Great American Bash will emanate from Center Stage Theater on July 12th. And here's the press release for that. Also announced, and I told you guys, if you look on the graphics they've been running this whole time for AAA, Lola Vice has been included. Well, there you go. We have Chica Tormenta. I forget their names. I'm so sorry, but they are legendary lucha ladies. And they're taking on Steph Vaquer and Lola Vice in a tag match at Worlds Collide. And that will be epic. So here is Tom Segura calling us all retarded. He was on Raw last night because Netflix wanted him so he could shill his Netflix show that people either think it's really cringe or they really like it. It seems I've seen from online reviews and stuff like that, I guess. But yeah, Tom Segura and all the it's same with Joe Rogan. Like, you know, he thought he thought wrestling's stupid, and then when he's able to get like Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair and Undertaker on, then he's all about it, you know? And yeah, Tom Segura was lucky nobody slapped the shit out of him, I suppose. Let's hear what he has. People are saying he's doing a bit here. It's not a bit, okay? Like, Segura's the kind of guy who will melt down, say shit like this, then delete a month worth of his Twitter activity, you know? So this was real. These guys really think this, you know? But I also don't care. And I quote tweeted and said, yeah, to be fair, the IWC is mostly restarted. And then everybody laughed. And then some people were like, oh, it's spelt retarded. And I was like, yeah, you're just proving my point further. Like, fuck, man, catch the joke. That's all these guys, though, right? So as soon as Netflix is like, we need you here to fucking promote this shit on Raw's Netflix live show, all of a sudden it's like cool to do wrestling or whatever. And it's the same shit where, you know, there's like this hub of podcast comedians who are like, yeah, fuck Netflix, man, YouTube, we can do our own shit. Like, why do we can release our own specials? Then Netflix is like, hey, we want your specials now. You know what I mean? And then they all jump at Netflix and they all want to do specials and shows and be mainstream. Fuck the mainstream, man. Then they all want to be mainstream. You know, it's never fails. Oh, can you guys not hear this shit the whole time? See, we are retarded. See, we just proved it right there. Here we go. Let me so here, I'll play it from the top. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, guys. It's so funny. Editing, Phil. I'll have to edit that out.
So many guys who love wrestling. I think wrestling is for fucking retards, but
it is.
But so many people,
so
like
many people
it is
love
the
it.
fucking stupidest shit. And I think you're a fucking tool. If you're like,
yeah,
hey man, it's not fake. It's fucking fake, and you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
But
grow up.
They're not real.
So, anyways, I'm not going to go as deep because I already listened to it and gave my little rant. I'll edit that after. So Natty had a boat ride for her birthday, like a private yacht, and the ladies there, all the WWE superstars and some former WWE superstars, they're all like cutting fucking promos and stuff, especially Naomi. And they need to bring Total Divas back. I vehemently believe that.
Let me tell you about Jade and ever since she came up in a runner, I much rather be her.
So she was talking everyone's ears off, like that's Indy Hartwell, but she's talking everyone like about Jade, and I don't know, she's doing her little bit. So yeah, here it is, man. In America, in Mexico, I mean, this was the graphic that Dave was melting down about right there. El Hijo versus Gable. That's what they showed in Mexico. And then in America, they showed like that it was for the title, which we have an example of down here. See? So that's on the US feed. So they know what they're doing. Dave's all, they thought people wouldn't know. No, they just want to keep as many people, control it as much as they can. But yeah, here's Bert Kreischer trying to explain away Tom Segura's hatred for wrestling.
I love Tommy. I love Tommy, but getting him here, it is genuinely not his scene. But when the matches started, he lost himself. When I'm telling you right now, that guy's a wrestling fan. I don't give a shit what he says. The fourth match of the night it was Chad Gable's match, and they got over on the Pat McAfee's table. And when that happened, Tom lost his mind. He lost his mind. I swear to God, the only thing I regret, he did have to leave early for his private jet. But dude, the last
He had to leave early for his private jet.
match of the night
What an asshole.
was gangbusters. And then CM Punk came out at the end. Dude, we had a blast.
Well, hopefully they convert him. So that's the thing. I don't hate Tom Segura, and if he converts to a wrestling fan, then good for him. So Cassie Lee, the Iconic, she posted a picture of them training here in this WWE ring. And the Iconics are standing there together training, and some people zoomed in and were like, is that Mariah May in the ring? And Mariah May reposted it. You guys see that shit? So Mariah May to WWE confirmed. But yeah, she reposted it, and people zoomed in, and that blonde girl in the ring looks an awful lot like Mariah May. I'm not saying it is, but we could get the Iconics back too, which would be awesome for the fucking tag division. I would love that. So here's Tyrese Halliburton marking out over Triple H.
Triple H is in the building. That might have been a little, I ain't gonna say it was more special, but Triple H being in the building was pretty fire too.
I wonder where Tony Khan was. I had a neck brace. So yeah, I fucking told y'all Gable versus versus El Hijo for the title. I tweet this out, sic vis pacem parabellum or some such bullshit. Because the pre-sale for Saturday night's main event and Evolution and the Great American Bash head-to-head or whatever the fuck, the pre-sale code is all WWE. All WWE is the pre-sale code. How fucking funny is that? Like, they're taking straight direct shots. They want a war, dude. They want a fucking war. Hornswoggle froze upon receiving a WWE Legends deal. He calls it the ultimate recognition, which is amazing. And I tweeted out, I hope we get him in 2K26, like as a manager or maybe a payback, or maybe he climbs out from under the ring randomly. You can trigger him like a shiny Pokemon and he fucking does something. So Machiavelli tweeted out, once bitter enemies, now good friends. And they did the same thing with The Rock, where he's just sort of friends with Cody Rhodes, and then Cena betrays Rhodes, and then The Rock's just gone, and there's a lot of wishy-washiness, but I wrote like this essay. So I wrote, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Just because they offer an explanation for something doesn't mean the explanation is valid or good. They fucked this up entirely. Cobb should have been Rollins' new destroyer in a suit looking like a badass hitman instead of looking generic in his debut with a black shirt and pants, and everyone confused as to what he's doing with the Samoans. We should get closure to Bronson being brought into the Floodline for War Games as a full-fledged member of the group. He was already aligned with Solo and Jacob, and it makes way more sense for him to be in the middle of that feud, especially with the whole are you even family thing they're doing. That was literally the question the fans wanted answered during that saga. Reed needs no introduction and was being primed up for singles titles. He's been like, we don't need to explain why Reed could fuck up Jacob or why Jacob would be the answer to a destructive Reed who returns. But now we have to like establish a pecking order and explain why Seth would go with Reed. And we have to establish that Cobb is a fucking destroyer as well. And now there's a bunch of fucking super destroyers instead of how about Cobb's this. Well, they're kind of doing it. Like he can do a standing moonsault and shit. I just think him and Breaker would do like cool athletic shit together in their black singlets. I write that as I go on. I just say, so they're the only people who can realistically stop each other. Also, Reed spent the last year before his injury establishing that he hates Seth and Heyman's bloodline. JC Mateo could have had Heyman in his corner, verbally smashing over his skills and resume, explaining that Rollins needed to look outside of WWE and anyone tainted by the bloodline or Punk and their influences. Braun also fits that descriptor because he hates Sami and Jay and came up through NXT NXT 2.0, leaving just before Punk's return. Not to mention that lends itself to Cobb's character before WWE of like I'm an outsider hitman who will come in. He did that in AEW. He did that. He's done that around, you know. People will call upon him. He'll come in. He'll show up at a fucking UK Fed and put the beats on someone, you know. He's done that a bunch. So, seeing Cobb and Breaker in a team wearing their black singlets doing freak athletic shit in tandem is a way cooler visual than Braun's destructive nature being upstaged by Bronson's even more destructive nature. On the flip side, seeing the unstoppable force versus the immovable object in Bronson Reed versus Jacob Fatu is far more intriguing to me. That's my rant. So yeah, I don't know. 19 likes for fucking response, but no like uber wackos being like, delete yourself, man. You know, it's just, let's have the discussion. So here's Billboard, the Billboard, hip-hop and R&B, tweet out, the prophecy is coming true, the future is female. From Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley dominating WrestleMania to Nicki Minaj still running rap with Megan, Cardi, Glorilla, Doechii, and more, push the culture forward. Women in the ring and on the mic are rewriting the rules. For entry 003 of his music drops and elbow drops column, Carl Lamar breaks down why women in hip-hop and wrestling are dominating both areas. And you see there your WWE superstars. I quote tweeted, I was like, where's Mercedes Moné? But she does get mentioned. She does get mentioned in there. So here's more shit going down on Natty's boat trip here. Thirstcast.
And so I thought I was the only person that loved pickle juice, but I found out there's somebody else that just loves it.
I love
Literally every woman loves fucking pickle juice. Oh, but I'm not joking. Like, most fucking girls like pickle juice. Let's be goddamn honest. I swear every girl I've ever dated says they fucking love pickle juice in my life, you know? Oh, and then that's not even after I finish. Oh, good.
pickle juice, especially this pickle juice. Gorillos is the king of pickles.
Get paid for that.
The king.
And who else loves pickle juice?
Me.
What? Here, give me some. Give me some. Hold on.
Have some.
Jeezy, do it. Also, Trinity,
good.
Naomi, Naomi, get over.
It's so good.
So Naomi loves
so good.
And you chase shooters with pickle juice too.
Naomi loves her pickle juice. Naomi loves her pickle. Can I have a little sip? Hold on.
How good is that? It's so good.
Hold on.
It is the best.
I love pickle juice.
They know full well what they're doing. They need to bring Total Divas back.
This video. I gotta take a picture of this. So good. I'm the pickle queen. I love my pickles.
I'm the pickle queen.
No.
Also, like, how many pickles? Like 2 or 3 at the same time? Oh, you love your pickles? Good, because I'll call a friend. Oh,
I'm the pickle queen.
ladies, there's enough pickle to go around. Oh,
Yeah, pickle Instagram bread. And so
just don't bite down. Oh. I'm sorry, guys. They know what they're doing. Come on. So people are triggered and want to cancel Sami Zayn and Punk here. So again, I covered this earlier on when Zayn, I guess, was forced to delete some fucking tweets. Again, when it comes to the whole Israeli Palestine stuff, like I don't know at all. I couldn't even. I mean, I could point to the shit on a map, but I truly, I couldn't go through the history. People pick sides, and if you pick either side, someone's out there calling you an asshole or a racialist, or so. I have no clue. I don't understand what they're fighting over and shit entirely, especially not in 2025, right? So, yeah, I guess Punk and Zayn wore colors in support of. Let me just read this. It's unbelievable. WWE allowed them, Punk and Zayn, to wear such controversial gear. WWE has decided it doesn't care about Jews by backing decisions like this one. Zionist wrestling journalist condemns CM Punk and Sami Zayn for having balls. Okay. So again, I don't know. There's a deep sense of disgust. It's unbelievable that WWE allowed them to wear such controversial gear. In the same week, a couple was murdered at the Israeli embassy in Washington by a fanatic. And while an American influencer is using his platform to call for the... Okay, whoa, buddy. You're an American influencer who? That doesn't really chalk it up and you're just blanket throwing that. Like, they might not even know that happened. Again, I'm just reserving comments because I don't have any. This isn't even fence sitting Phil. This is like, you're talking Chinese to me. I literally don't know. Like, I just thought it was a war. So it's like, are we picking sides on a war? Like, that's hard to fucking do. You know what I'm saying? So, a message of extreme hatred and racialism. It's a disgrace. Israel Hayom also claims to have approached WWE officials regarding Sami Zayn's social media activity, demanding them to force Zayn to delete posts. And they did. He did delete posts. We covered it here. So there you go. I bring it to the show. I don't know. I can't get political in that regard because I don't know shit about that. I got to be perfectly honest. But per Corey Hayes, this could all be bullshit. But Stephanie Vacker is expected to join the Raw brand. Grace is expected to join SmackDown. That works. I'm down with that. I'm here for it, Eric. Okay. WWE and Seagrams have announced a new multi-year partnership. 3 new canned drinks will launch, marking WWE's first ever licensed ready-to-drink alcohol products. So Seagrams will receive sponsorship on WWE LED signage within show sponsored, etc. Pineapple Powerhouse. I'm going to try and get my hands on all of these too, and I'm going to try and taste test them. Okay? And I'm going to do that on Patreon. They gave Triple H a huge fucking epic intro at this Pacers-Knicks game.
A 14-time world champion and WWE Hall of Famer. Pacer fans, please welcome Triple H.
And he's too sweeting, bro. The click, bro. Crowd cheering so hard for him too, bro. Imagine Tony. They play highlights of him getting pile driven and stunnering Sean Spears and wearing a neck brace. So Coach gets involved in some shit with Sappy Poo here. So this guy, Chairshot Sports from bodyslam.net posts, how are we all feeling if this in fact is true? Bro, you work for Body Slam. Why are you fucking tagging JD and shit? Vince McMahon wants to buy WWE back from TKO, claims Jonathan Coachman. Sapp says he can't afford to buy it back himself now. And then this guy says, I'm seeing a lot of people taking Coach Rule's words out of context. He brought this up during a tinfoil hat segment. Oh, shit. But did he play an X-Files, bro? So if he didn't play an X-Files, as Brendan Schaub would say, done can't. He wasn't saying this as fact. People should actually watch the show to get the correct info. So Coach says thank you. So there you go. He was speculating that Vince McMahon would want to buy it back. Freedom Ramsey exits the WWE ID program. So this is the first guy to ever exit the ID program. And he tweeted out, I just wanted to share something. I'm no longer with WWE ID. This did not happen publicly. Some things are just meant to be handled behind closed doors. I just want to keep it real with the fans who have supported me since day one, whether it was in small gyms or in the bright lights. WWE has always been a dream of mine. It changed me. Wrestling on WWE Evolve, training at the Performance Center, just meeting everybody I used to see on TV. I learned, I grew, I developed. Now a new chapter begins, and I'm not sure what that looks like yet, but I'm going to come into it with the same hunger that I did when I started. So he just didn't make the cut. You're cut, you know? And I'm not dissing Freedom Ramsey whatsoever, but he just got cut. That's all, right? Like, he didn't make the first round there, unfortunately. And ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up WWE news, it's, of course, Rusev Day, of course, but it's also Ren's Day. So happy Ren's Day. Here is our girl, Ren Sinclair, Maddie Renkowski, and let's check out what she has to say on this beautiful Ren's Day.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. I just want to apologize for the Ren QCC's behavior last night on NXT. I am speechless. I have a face, but I'm speechless. And so to distract myself for what is to come next week, next Tuesday.
Oh my God. Yes. Yes. With the W. Let's go.
But I'm speechless. And so to distract myself for what is to come next week, next Tuesday, we are going to answer some questions. Question number 1, would you survive in the Hunger Games arena? No, I wouldn't survive a day. I wouldn't survive 5 minutes. in fact, that actually, like that little platform that they first start off on, I think that's when I'm done. Yeah, I can't really swim, and that's where the platforms are. So, yeah. Question number 2, what is your favorite Pokemon? Of the starter 3, I would say it's Bulbasaur, because we love some trees.
You get it? You get it?
Don't clown me for this, but my favorite Pokemon game is a Nintendo 64, Pokemon Stadium. And my girl
Yeah, that game fucking rules. Who would clown you for that?
Espeon, evolved from Eevee. That was my girl.
Oh, so you're talking about Pokemon Stadium 2. There you go.
Anyways, question number 3. Is it true that WWE stands for Ren Wrestling Entertainment? So actually in this comment, I responded and I told you I was going to look into it, which I did. And unfortunately, it does not. It actually stands for World Wrestling Entertainment.
Yes, we're World Wrestling Entertainment. Fucking A.
As you can see by the logo. And wrestling, it is a thing. I did not make it up. And the World Wrestling Entertainment Company is also a thing. Just don't Google it or ask anyone who works there. But here's all the proof that you need, honestly.
Amazing. Amazing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. Let's check in the chat here. So Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says AEW Live was fun, and now I'm going home to take a shower because of all those sickos. Dude, I hope you did have fun. The show is cool, right? For the most part, did you get any wrestling after the Monet stuff? That's what I'm curious to know. Or did they do it all before? They either do it before or after. Guys, so I want to thank you all for being here, but also quickly before we get out of here, I want to run over the new PWT schedule starting June. Okay. So, Monday is Member Mondays. So a fresh Patreon video will drop if you're a patron, and the Monday night Netflix and Phil watch along shows are live to YouTube members and patrons only. Okay. That's what it's like moving forward, starting in June. Okay. Tuesday is Twitch, PWT Twitch Tuesdays. So I'll be streaming for 1 to many hours on Tuesdays, where I'll be live on Twitch as well as on PW Games, Pro Wrestle Games, which is a new fucking new channel as well that we'll be launching. So, and that will be every Tuesday starting in June. Wednesday is the live show. That's staying normal. Thursday, expect some Phil Marks Out content. And then, of course, the Saturday live shows will remain. Sunday, I'll pop on when it's like a special live show or whatever. And then you'll be getting more PWT pods this way. But yes, the Monday shows, I already do 3 live shows for free every week. Monday shows are going behind a fucking paywall. So become a member, become a patron. And Patreon will be so way worth it starting the summer. Like every Monday without miss, every week there will be an exclusive video. I also just uploaded a clip. We got nuked because of our Truth song. That's on Patreon as well. Me reacting to that, like a whole 30-minute clip got nuked, and they wouldn't even let me trim it out because of the Our Truth song. So that's over on Patreon, and it's cut out of the show everywhere else and everything. So I appreciate you all. Memberships are 99 cents, $5 for Patreon or whatever. And I think there's already tons of exclusive shit. So thank you for that. And I appreciate you all. And yeah, you're going to get way more fucking content, which is better this way. So starting June, stay on the lookout and come game out with me and Lincoln. We're doing a GM mode and shit on 2K. And guys, take care of each other. Drink lots of water. We'll do Sickos on Sicko Saturday. How about that? That's the way to do it. And yeah, man, this weekend will be a fun one. This was jam-packed full of news, headlines, and fun and hilarity. Thank you all for hanging out with me for 4.5 hours. I bid you adieu until next time. I'll see you in the Upside Down. Take care of each other, and I can't wait to see you guys Saturday. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
Place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck. Damn it.